Factspiration. We're gonna roll a D3 hundy, see what happens. Alright, sweet. So I know that raw, there's not actually a 300-sided die, and I do apologize. Sometimes I get the rules confused, but here we go. Alright, so 202. Let's see. Alright, what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind, and what steps have you taken to create it? That is the question. Alright, so while you're ruminating on that, you have maybe 30 seconds before somebody finishes the easiest recap of all time. So does anybody want to give the recap for a Factspiration or DM Inspiration? Barnabas, fast on the field, but trips with a 2. Is anybody else is going once? Going twice? Alright, Barnabas, give us the recap.
Man, low-hanging fruit. So last time, we were in the midst of a battle where we were trying to secure a wagon full of gold being sent from Brindle to the Dwarven Holds as a peace offering. We had just cleared the field, and the battle, the session began with a Brithriax, the Burning King, coming onto the battlefield, and us beginning to try to resist his might. It fell apart quick. Round 1, Thanlin was down. He decided that the gold was too much trouble and that he would just try to take Thanlin, but I was not having it. For he was dead already, basically, but whatever was waiting for him, wherever they were going, was going to be much worse than death. And I shot the dragon's arm, caused him to drop Thanlin from several hundred feet in the air, and he fell. We thought he was dead, and the Burning King came back to the battlefield to find another prize to take. But miraculously, Thanlin just came out of nowhere, just wandered back onto the battlefield after his orbital drop, and we basically wrapped up the battle with Thanlin dying again. We've all taken, or most of us have taken, some pretty heavy hits from the explosive orb attacks that this Teostra is capable of delivering to us, and we've lost all of the mercenaries and knights that were previously on the battlefield at this point. It was a bloodbath, but we're carrying on into this new round. I believe I'm up, and that's it. That's what I've got for a recap.
All right, yeah, I have Barnabas up first. 2 Paragons left. 2 Ballista must start the round / finish the previous round. Beautiful. Would you like Inspiration or Factspiration?
I would like Inspiration.
All right. Oh, other thing. Sure, I made you a throwing stance status that you could drag down to your World of Warcraft hotbar. So if you go to Community Effects and you search throwing, if you drag it down, when you click it, it turns on, and when you click it again, it'll turn off. And then, you can just, then I don't have to remember to add the damage for you.
That's rad, thank you.
Yeah. Only, I think, hold on. I think I stupidly listed it to only adjust your ranged attack damage, but I don't think it would know that a sword is a ranged attack. So let me modify it. Let me modify it real quick. Let's see. Now that I'm thinking about it, hold on. Alright. Weapon attack damage. There we go. We'll also add a +2. That way it just knows what the fuck's going on. Alright, so it should work now.
Thank you.
Okay. So does anybody want to answer this question? What legacy do you want to leave behind? What steps have you taken to create it? If you're interested, please roll a D20. Okay, Radriar, nice. I'm very curious. Going once, going twice. All right, Radriar.
Radriar has taken every extent to leave no legacy behind.
Oh,
Nothing that could correlate him and what he's become to lead back to his family in the oasis that was destroyed by the Red Hand.
I see.
And the legacy, if he could have any, would be letting the rest of the world not get drained into dust. And the moment that it is assured, he would rather be forgotten.
Damn. So we could assume that Radriar is not even your real name.
Potentially.
Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, that's going to be rough because you're doing a bunch of really exciting and important things. So that sort of leaves,
Correct.
yeah, sort of leaves a legacy. So, all right. But then philosophers would argue, even with a fake name, have you not left behind some sort of legacy, even if it is under a different alias? That's why we don't like philosophers. All right. So you may ask the same question of any NPC you've met previously during the campaign.
Ghost Lord.
Oh, the Ghost Lord. All right, that's a good one. The Ghost Lord's legacy that he wants to leave behind. Well, for one, he doesn't plan on going anywhere. So not going to leave a legacy. If for some reason he was called to serve at an even higher tier of power elsewhere, or if he was defeated and his soul extinguished, his existence forever ended, he would hope that he had taught his people that sometimes monsters must be fought with monsters, and that sometimes you must walk in darkness to get back to the light, and that if you truly care about something, any amount of sacrifice, no matter how profane, should be worth it. So he hopes that maybe some people amongst his, his former caricature family kind of learned that from his sacrifice. He very much views himself as a tragic hero, for sure. Because he might be a druid, and he might be a weird mummy guy, and he might be a fungus dude, but he's still an elf at the end of the day. And, so he's a little dramatic. Yeah, good question though. All right, I will apply your Faxpiration. It seems you already have a stats effect called Near Death, which sounds pretty exciting. So we will head on over.
Had that for a few thousand years.
Fair. Good counter.
Wow.
Good counter. Let's head on over and see what's happening. Oh, it's a nice little green pasture. It's beautiful. All right.
I'm not sure how much green is actually left after all those breath weapons and fireballs.
That's fair.
Yeah, nothing like loading in, looking at your character. Got that solid 3 HP. Yep, this is good.
I mean, it's way more HP than some people have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking over here at that thing, I'm like, ooh.
Hey, do me a favor. Put my character on fire, please, just for immersion.
Oh yeah, sure.
These things still haven't exploded yet, have they? Or
No.
What? I thought that's what killed him.
that was like 100 damage that killed him, right?
Oh, those did explode then. Yeah.
Okay,
All right. Let's
cool.
let's get
he's
yeah. Yeah, let's get those out of there. Don't want to damage the merchandise. All right. There we go.
My goodness.
All right. Good thing Teostra's been around for a while. We got a few different Teostras we could listen to. As this lesson in indomitability continues. All right. Let's see. Anything else I need to check? All right. Yeah. We got to shoot this guy. So, ballista. All right, at disadvantage because safe distance away. I feel like we'd be out of bolts soon enough. Yeah.
I bought. I had 50 of them.
50 of them. Okay.
I bought 20. I made 30.
All right. Let's see. Both of those are gonna hit because he does not have a really good armor class. So those are chunky hits.
Yeah.
That's 45 damage. All right, he is very injured. All right. Then, and as you guys know, we can't pop out the combat tracker. So if you're popping it out, you will not see any actual progress on that. Play passes to Barnabas.
I look off into the distance and nod towards the battle wagon and approve it approvingly.
Yeah,
And,
it's a good start.
Yeah. So in the last turn, we saw Thamlin die again, right? That was
Yeah,
that just
got
happened.
blowed up. Yeah.
And Brithriax is very much looking like he's just gonna like snatch this thing up and do his thing. Probably he's kind of like already planning his. Could you unpause the game for me?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, thinking that Brithriax is probably gonna run off, Barnes will once again step up onto the wall. He'll look into the distance at this thing. I can drop. Oh, I think we need to get red in here. Can you see?
Oh
red?
yeah. All right, we got Minette and we got
Okay.
Sharon.
Table edge.
Okay. And I get you a cameraman real quick. There we go. All right. So you guys could pop in. Where the heck did Rafina end up? Let's see. Oh wow. That's bold and spicy. So Ray is right there.
Yep,
So-
right there.
Oh, so are you playing or are you just listening in?
I can jump in. I may have to leave at some point, but I can jump in for this battle.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go. Red, you said you didn't want to play. You don't have to play. You guys could just hang out behind this wall and cheer them on.
All right.
All right, and hope for the best.
I can't remove myself from combat anymore. So.
Okay.
You're in the combat bunker where you get to watch through a triple pane glass wall.
While the nuke explosion happens in the distance.
All right. So
Mythbusters.
Barnabas, what do you do?
I shed my cover as I walk up onto this wall. I call out to him. I say, "Behold, the Brithriax! I am the one who destroyed the Skullgord Bridge, who felled Osrandian and vanquished Olwai. If you want a prize, come get it. Test your fire against me." And then I'm gonna prepare to attack. This is the beginning of the round, right? So
yeah.
I'm gonna need to hold my action to do this. I'm going to cast Chromatic Bullet.
Okay.
I am going to hold my action for the first time that he gets attacked. I am going to ask Mela if it's okay if I use cold damage. How's she feel about it? I feel like I've proven my I feel like I've proven my point. He's probably missing some fur and has some singe marks from the acid.
Man, Mela finds the whole process distasteful, and she does that thing where, you know, when you ask your significant other like where they want to eat, and
Yeah.
they're just like, well, I don't care, and then you pick a place, but you know you picked the wrong place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she says, if you think that's what you have to do.
Well, that's all the answer I needed. I make it acid damage. And then I hold my action until one of my allies attacks him, and then I'm going to pass to who's in the most danger right now. I feel like Layla, can you get to Thamlin? Is that possible? Or Rafina, could either of you get to
I
Thamlin
can
and save him?
get to him, but he's dead skis.
Yeah, but we have Revivify. He just died.
Oh my God, this poor boy's soul.
Sorry, I'm looking
I am
at
not going to
extra
attempt. I am not
notes.
going to
Very
attempt to revivify him.
Let me rest. in
Not
peace.
now.
No.
Not until this is over.
Okay. I don't care
I'll
what you
still
do.
take it though. 'Cause
I
I'm
passed to
figuring- I'm
Rafina.
figuring-
They seem enthusiastic.
All
I'm
right.
gonna do that Hail Mary we talked about.
All right,
Okay,
do it.
Rafina with the Hail Mary. What do you got for? Whoa, hold on. As play passes to Rafina, this dude's got 2 more Paragons left. So let's see. Play's passing to Ray. Yeah, sure. He will. Seems a shame to waste a Paragon on an item interaction, huh? Yeah, you know what? Here we go. He will. Could, as a Paragon, you pick something up and throw it? I feel like that's kind of Paragon-y, to pick something up and throw it. I don't know. I don't really know how the rules work. Let me think about it.
Gosh.
Yeah, sure. Alright. He is going to, I guess, see Rafina there. Rafina's got the, all of that going on there. And he's got this Thamlin here. Alright, yeah, you know what? I'll just have him use the Paragon. He is going to pick up Thamlin's body, and he's gonna eat it.
Whoa.
Alright. Ray, to you.
Huh. Okay. That I was not expecting that at all. All right. Well, that doesn't really change too much. We're just gonna have to carve them open. Ray's gonna use a bonus action.
Okay.
She has an ability called Embraced Serenity, and she's going to use that to burn 2 of her wild shapes to get back a 5th level spell slot.
Okay, dope.
With that, she is then going to walk up to a Brithy Axe and is going to use that 5th level spell slot for Contagion.
Ooh, okay.
She's going to burn the 1 DM inspiration that she should have on her sheet, and she's going to make this melee spell attack at advantage.
Okay. Okay, so you're remote, so I gotta do this for you. Okay, so he's yeah. All right, so she moves up. You are now in the fire aura of this creature. And then you are going to, but you have your frost shield, and then you're going to use contagion. So
Yes.
I gotta burn 2 wild shapes. Where do those get tracked? Ah, there they are. Okay.
They're on resources.
Got it. All right. So that puts you down to 2.
She should just have 1 wild shape left.
Oh, okay. 1 wild shape left. And then we go over to Spellbook and cast a little Contagion.
Yep, and this will be an advantage burning her DM inspiration.
All right. Burning a DM inspiration, advantage on the attack roll, and go. You got a 16, which is just enough to hit.
Okay.
All right,
Whew.
so it inflicts a disease. Make a melee attack against a creature. On a hit, the target is poisoned. At the end of each of the poisoned target's turn, they must make a Constitution saving throw. If the target succeeds on these saves, it is no longer poisoned. Or you could do Blinding Sickness, or you could do Filth Fever, Flesh Rot, Mind Fire, Seizure, Slimy Doom.
So how the spell works is that since he's been hit with it, he is poisoned, and he has to make 3 saves at the end, or 1 Constitution save at each of end of his turns. If he fails 3 of them, then it becomes a disease. If he succeeds on 3 of them, the spell ends and nothing happens.
Oh, but the whole time he is poisoned.
For the whole time he is poisoned.
Got it. All right. That's a lot of saving throws.
It is a lot of saving throws.
All right. A lot of Constitution saving throws.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You have poisoned him.
Not that he's gonna throw out Phelan.
That would require actually of swallowed Phelan. He just seems to have his mouth closed right now.
Oh. He has him in his mammal pouch.
No, he's got look at the size of this. Look at the size of this dude's head. He just, he's got a. Listen.
He just has Phelan in his cheeks.
Dragons are intelligent. Okay, he tried to carry him away in his hands, and you guys shot him out of his hands. So now he's like, well, let's try this. All right. Anything else from Ray?
That is it. I attacked him but dealt no damage. So
he cannot steal.
Then I will pass to Layla.
Okay. As you go to pass to Layla, he does not want to attack you because of your shield. So instead, he will create 4 orbs around you. All right. Companions. And then Layla, you are up.
Okay, well, I'm hopefully going to damage him. So I bounce back out of my cover, and I'm going to move kind of south, west, easterly. I guess maybe I was prone because I'm sideways.
You could have just rotated your mini on accident.
Yeah, I don't remember being prone. So, sorry, lots of extra dogs. They're very loud. So I'm going to move down here, and I'm going to charge up a 2nd level guiding bolt at him.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
Oh, also, when Ray attacked, that would have triggered Barnabas. So Barnabas, please throw out your held action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
go
kind
for
of
it,
thought
dude.
damage, but yeah, that does technically
But
attack.
you did say the words attack, and
That's
you know.
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Okay, single. I don't have any extra ammo, just this.
Okay.
20 for
20
14
hits.
damage, and
Alright.
I don't have any additionals.
Oh, okay. All right, continue your turn, Layla.
Okay, so I move over here, and before I throw out the guiding bolt, the form above me is going to switch from the chalice back to the archer, because
Okay.
we are all spread out. Chalice is not going to help us here, and I'm going to fire the archer's bolts from the starting form. Foundry keeps breaking when the 3D dice roll, and I have to keep refreshing. I'm not
Oh, then
sure
you definitely
why.
want to turn them off. Like that happened to Larionis in our Pathfinder game. I don't remember if we figured out what the issue was, but it ended up he couldn't use 3D dice for at least that session.
So can I just go into manage modules and turn them off, and I won't turn them off for anyone else? Or is there another way I need to turn them off?
That's a great question. I believe you could just turn it off for yourself.
Okay. Let me reload in, and I will turn them off. It might mean my turn takes a second. If you want someone else to go while I'm doing this, I understand.
Sure. I mean, you're just shooting a level 2 guiding bolt, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm doing.
All right, so I'll go ahead and just fire that off real
Are
quick.
they just called 3D dice?
Oh, it's Dice So Nice
Nice.
is the mod.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you have no innate guiding bolts left?
Yeah, I'm
so
doing
you're
it
gonna
at
cast it at second level. Got it. All right, here we go. All right. That is gonna hit. So he takes 7 radiant from the starry form and 17 from the guiding bolt, and is bloodied.
Awesome.
As he is bloodied, his breath weapon refreshes or recharges as part of becoming bloodied. All right, and he is now an easy target, and then he is also going to steal. All right, you definitely turn off your mic when it's not your turn, because whatever's
they're
happening.
Still audible? Oh my goodness! It's
Yeah,
not even
yeah.
showing that it's lighting up green.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so unless anybody else is gonna use inspo to steal, he is gonna steal from being damaged. All right.
You guys should have had that one fan spell I gave you guys. I say raise
I
your
can-
steal and get in there.
I was gonna say I can take it. All right. Since we got that new one, I'll take that and rush in.
Okay.
All right. Yep. Soaring through the air, hovering. He's gonna fly up, and he's gonna be above the orbs. He is, or I should say, he's 35 feet in the air, so he's well and good out of the range of these orbs.
Okay.
Oh boy, really quick. It's almost there, guys. It's almost there. One more turn.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you see him look out of the corner of his eyes, his bright blues, and catch the sight of this spiritual weapon, and one sweat drop goes down his forehead, seeing that the spiritual weapon is almost there.
The Burning King sweats. Oh my god. Rajiar is going to rear back and go for his head, because he can actually reach it. 2 swings.
I'm curious if it would still be here in round 14, this spiritual weapon, since it only lasts a minute.
It is my second one.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, it's been such a long time for a 5e fight. All right.
Yeah. He's an easy target, so that's an advantage. 21.
All right. 21's going to hit.
All right, 13 slashing and a smite. For 9 more radiant damage onto that, so 22 damage. And then another swing. This one is not an easy target, I believe, right?
Correct. Just the first attack.
17 hit, and then another smite.
Okay.
For another 19. So, or sorry, yeah, no, 19. 27 more damage.
27 more damage. Holy shit. Okay. All
Mike just
right.
reminded me that I had chromatic bullet up. It would have taken an additional 2d4.
Okay. All right. So he is beat to shit. He is definitely realizing that all of the hype, all of the intel about you guys was not just for show. It's not just made up. He is he looks right into your eye sockets, Rajar, and you see a respect from his gaze.
There is a sepulchral grin from him. As he drives the spear into him deeper, he will absolutely pass the turn to abandon.
Okay. He's gonna steal from being hit. Go once.
I'm
Go
going to
twice.
spend an inspiration to steal.
Okay.
All right, Jared's going to stand up using half his movement. Cannot untilt my token. Move over here. Now this building is like broken, so can I see through this wall to see him? Because this all the roof is just now rubble on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, you can see him.
Okay, awesome. I can't re-tilt my token. I don't know what's going on. So. Oh, it's not letting. All right, whatever. I'm gonna use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, with the returning axe, I'm still in throwing stance, and the returning short sword, I'm just going to make 3 attacks.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
All right.
And it looks like it is already on the +2. Sick.
Okay, so let's see. The first one is a 19 for 12. It's going to hit. The second one is at advantage or no?
I don't think so. I
No,
don't have
okay.
anything guaranteeing me advantage.
And then the third attack is a crit. All right. 1, 2, 3 blades fly through the air and slam into him before
Yeah.
boomeranging back to you.
On the crit, I'm going to burn a bunch of sub-smites. I'm not as powerful as a paladin, but I do have my wisdom burn dice, so I'm going to use those. Let's see. We're going to use both of my trained accuracies. Oh yeah, and Hunter's Mark. Thank you for reminding me. So that adds 3d6 damage plus the 1d6 from Hunter's Mark. So I'm just going to roll 4d6, and then it'd be the crit damage is just maximized, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then on 4d6 maximized is 24 plus 9 would be 32 additional damage.
Shit. All right. His HP is plummeting.
Yeah, so he tries to go for his jawline to loose Thandlin and hits like a vital spot. As the item returns, he leans up against the wall, nearly collapsing. And that's the end of his turn.
All right. He is definitely going to steal. Here we go.
Would heal a D10 shirt from your potion.
Yep, I'm rolling it now.
And then at the start of his turn, Ray's going to use her reaction for her spore thing. I think he makes like a con save. DC 17.
Okay. DC 17 con save.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. He makes it with a 17.
All right, then he takes no damage.
All right. Let's see. When does Contagion trigger? At the end of his turn?
That was her Halo of Spores thing.
I don't know. I'm asking the.
Yes.
Okay. All right. As this turn comes up, you hear the bloops of Paragon Action Economy, And he's got to spawn 4 of these things. So he will spawn all 4 around Radriar. So let's see. So we'll just put them all at roughly your height, I guess. There you go. Bop. Oh man, mass edit, probably my favorite part of New Foundry. Okay, so you're up there, and let's see, Ray's down there, and Jert's over there, and then there's this druid over here. All right, let's see, and then there's a small child over here, unintended child on the wall. All right, it feels like breath weapon's probably the way to go. All right.
No, please.
But let's see.
Hey, the unintended child killed his friends.
Friends. Okay. the half-red dragon doesn't have any fucking friends. Let's see. If
Sounds
he
like
did
it's
it,
quite lonely at the top.
yeah, it feels like you could probably do that. Like dip head down, breathe up, 90-foot cone. It's definitely going to get everybody. The most important part is getting Radriar. Does he need to back away to get Radriar? Does he need to breathe through himself to get Radriar? These are the tough questions.
The intention was to be up high, so you'd have to make a choice.
That's a cool intention. Let's see. Technically could start it in any square adjacent or in himself. Wait, is that the rule for breath weapons? I don't know. I don't really know the rules. Let me see.
You do you.
It makes sense that you could like turn around and like shoot it around him.
Because you're all the spaces you are. You know what I'm saying?
And he can't hurt himself with it.
Bro, if anyone fought Teostra, you know he fucking that shit goes everywhere.
You know what would be a really Dungeon Daddy move, Crash? Just have him shoot it out of his butt.
Shoot it out of his butthole? Yeah.
But like,
man, that's
Teostra
true.
like has like a 180 cone almost in the game. You know, he like does the swing move.
Yeah.
He should be able to fan it out. Just
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he would
like that.
Oh shit,
Anyway.
that'd be wild. Oh
Okay.
man.
Why
All
are we
right.
giving this man ideas?
Because I'm
These
in
are
the
great.
safety range.
These are great ideas. Okay. We don't want to spare anybody is the problem.
Great
Alright.
ideas from great players. Wink.
But we also yeah, sure. Alright. I will have him move back. This will provoke from Radriar. So Radriar, you may take an opportunity if you'd like.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Gonna be bad.
18 for 12.
Alright, that's gonna hit.
And he'll mock him as he goes away.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me grab my WWE voice lines that I prepared for Draconic Banter.
Okay.
Here we go. One sec. Oh, he'll telepathically tell him. What's wrong, Burning King? Can't handle the smoke? Alright.
Woof.
I'll take negative inspiration.
Can you hear back? Because you would like or no, like.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. a shame. Because I think it was very well received. All right. Okay, so he's gonna back up, and then yeah, he'll do the from the ground, spraying it up. It's traveling kind of up towards you, but since it's 90 feet in all directions by the end, do not worry, Jert. It would still just barrel right into that house and hit you as well. So all 3 of you need to give me saves against the breath weapon. They are dexterity based.
Oh man.
If you could
Use my
throw that for me, Crash.
Vaxpiration.
All right.
I definitely see it coming. Right.
I don't
You
know
definitely
if
see it
Rayfunic
coming.
can even-
Hold on, I rolled the wrong die.
You don't know if Rayfunic can what?
I don't know if she can pass these, but I mean, she'll attempt it.
All right.
Nice shirt.
What's the bardic right now in D10?
At your level,
D8?
I think it's still
Or D10?
Still D8? Oh, okay. So
what? Let's see.
I think it's 21.
21. Okay. It's a D10 at 10th level. Is when it would be a D10.
Damn.
Yeah. 10 at 10. So let's see. A 6 to a 21. That's a pretty good. All right. So 21's gonna make it. A 27's gonna make it, and then with this cute little Druidess here has to make a dex save. Fails. Gets a 5. All right. So the important thing is that this doesn't do a lot of damage. Just 9d6.
But the orbs, though.
But if you have orbs nearby, that's a whole nother situation. So, Jurt, you would take half of 28.
Fuck, that is just enough to down me.
All right.
Rafina still has the fire shield up, so that's going to be half.
Okay. So, Rafina would only take 14.
What did you guys say?
Yep.
I think she still has enough 10th HP on that, too.
Cool. All right. So, Rafina has 4 of these to deal with, and Rager has 4 of these to deal with.
Does the damage hit at once, or is it like the breath weapon hits, then they explode? And
Then the explosions. Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep. But each of the orbs isn't its own damage source. They all just get into one huge explosion. All right. Let's see. It's been a whole week. Where are the stats for these things? Explosive
2d8
clouds.
apiece.
No, they're D10.
Sorry, no,
each.
2d10. Right.
2d10. 2d10. Here it is. All explosive clouds detonate, burst into flames. If you're within 10 feet, you got to make dex saving throws. You get 1 dex saving throw, but the damage increases. It's all right. It is 4d10 fire damage, and then if a creature is within the range of more than 1, they take an additional. Oh, jeez. No, sorry. I made it 2d10s because 4d10 was kind of nuts. Yeah, so... so you're dealing with 8d10 and 8d10. Okay. So go ahead and give me some dex saves. Rajar, and then I guess I'll roll for Rafina.
Do I make one when I'm unconscious?
Ooh, you can't. You'd fail automatically. You're right. All right. So Ray, you fail with an 8. All right. So I don't think 8d10 could possibly be enough damage to overkill Rajar, so it would just be 2 failed death saves.
There is a chance.
Oh,
A very small
okay.
one, but there is a chance.
Let's see.
Now we get.
All right. They were so beef last week, the D10s.
Yeah, what gives?
Yeah. And then that's 42 to Ray, and then Ray, you take half.
Yeah.
Okay.
She should still be up.
All right. Yeah, she's still up. And then let's see. Realizing that you guys are tough AF, he is going to use the rest of his movement to fly. So, Ray, he would have also provoked opportunity from you. Did you have something you wanted to use, or no?
She already used a reaction for the Hero Swords.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so yeah, he's gonna launch himself into the air. And let's see, he moved. Looks like 15 feet. So he'll launch himself 75 feet into the air. Yeah. All right. Rajar or Rafina or Jurt, you guys can steal going into round 15.
Ray will steal.
Okay.
What's her current HP right now?
Her current HP is 22.
Okay. This will be rather easy. She's going to spend a first level spell slot to Healing Word Ragear.
Okay.
And then she's going to action symbiotic entity again, burn her last wild shape to get 36 temp HP. I think that's what it is.
Okay.
And then she's going to move all of her movement to the right-hand side so that she's no longer like in breath weapon position.
Okay, so healing word at level 1 for Ragegar. All right.
Yep.
And then moving 30 feet to the right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Okay.
And that's it for her turn.
Okay. Let's see. He is going to use Paragon action to go 90 more feet in the air. So that would put him at 165.
No.
All right. And then Ragear, you're up.
So
I wouldn't. Did Ragear, did you want it, or do you want me to pass it to someone else? I didn't.
No. I could have gotten into melee with him because I was flying, but he flew away. Which also means the spiritual weapon's stuck. I can just shoot him, don't worry.
Okay.
I'm just gonna fly up 30 more feet. Be at 65, and blazing behind him in the distance, he's gonna start firing beams of breath weapon blast at his backside. Uh, 26 for 11 force damage.
That is going to hit.
And then another shot. 27
Nice.
for 11 force damage.
Okay. And worth mentioning, Rayfina, he did fail that Constitution save at the end of his turn for the contagion. All right. Anything else from Ragear?
A mad cackle.
Okay.
He knows. He's a dragon running away from a dragon. He knows what he's doing. He's got his tail between his legs, you know. Ragear will mock him as much as he can. And he'll pass the turn to the sniper, which I believe is Barnabas.
Okay.
All right, I'll take it. And then from here, is he outside of my 150? No, he's only 105 feet according to my toggle thing. Like when I
He's 160 feet up in the air.
Okay,
But,
so
yeah.
105 feet away. So he's outside of my normal range, reasonably, it seems like. Okay. But I did get a DM inspiration at the beginning of the session, and I feel like this is the time to use it. I'm going to cast my last chromatic bullet, 2d4 acid, and here we go. I'm going to level it out with a DM inspiration normal shot. Please, 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 please. I was on a 20 for 1 second. I would like to succeed at a cost.
Okay. Let's see. Here we go.
Which means I'm banned.
All right.
That doesn't apply to this attack, though, right?
Correct.
Well, then I will reroll damage. Nice. That's
Okay.
15 plus 2d4 acid. It's all acid, but
All right. So,
that's 20 damage.
Oof. All right.
And then I'm going to use my movement action to run 30 feet forward. I don't think that's going to get me in 30 feet of anyone. Can I use like a intelligence check to kind of discern which direction he's going in, or just like kind of get an idea of like what might be in that direction that he might be going towards that might be constitute a layer, or?
He just seems to be flying straight up.
All right. Then that's my turn. I'm gonna pass it to Layla.
All right. Between Ragear and Barnabas' turn, he would Paragon to drop orbs for Ragear. And then, let's see, between you passing to, who are you passing to? Rayfina, you said?
I said Layla.
Layla, okay. So as you go to pass to Layla, he is going to... let's see. Yeah. He'll go ahead and drop more orbs. And you seemed pretty eager to be involved, but he's got it within 30 feet. Yeah, what
I think
am
it was
doing?
60 feet.
I think it's 60 feet. So yeah, he couldn't actually be targeting anybody with these. My bad. Alright. So yeah, he will just hold on to those actions. Okay. So then you pass to Layla. Layla, you're up.
Okay. 1 second, let me pull something up on my character sheet. Check the
Close.
speed of something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not to interrupt, but since the turn had changed, ballistas.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's see.
Another volley like the first one could change this for us.
Yeah, that would be sick if they killed him.
Alright, first shot. And second shot. Unfortunately, both
Oh
missed.
yeah. God damn it.
Alright, so Layla is going to use her action to transmorph into a giant owl. And is going to just glide along the ground with her movement.
Okay.
60 feet towards Shirt.
Alright.
Just getting herself there faster and faster than her normal movement.
Okay.
Without my actual token, I don't have sight.
Oh. I mean, your token's still there. Can you not see?
What? It went black. What?
Oh. Okay. I guess I'll leave your token then. Alright. Let's see. Anything else from Layla then?
No, it's just a transform and just a wild shape and a movement for me.
Okay.
Well, I have to read these really weird rules, but you can't steal it, right? Oh, he hasn't gone. Let me look into the wild shape for A5E, because I can sort of do some of my abilities more than the PHP version. I'm not sure. Well, he's out.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna pause the fight for this. Yeah. So all right.
We're just gonna pass to Than.
Okay. Well, Thanlin's dead. I'm not sure how to break the news to you on that one. You can pass. Yeah, you can pass to Jert or.
Well, it's still the addition, so I just paid.
All right.
I don't want to pass to Jert yet. We'll pass to Rex.
All right. Yeah, sure. He gets his Paragon economy back. He's gonna fly.
Sorry, this is hilarious. But can the ballista succeed at a cost?
It cannot. It cannot.
Ah, okay.
If I take the cost.
Oh my goodness. So every time you guys wheedle, I get one step closer to just ending the campaign. But cool. Let's keep going. So, all right, he's gonna fly 180 more feet in the air, so he's 345 up. So that is his whole investment there. I guess he would trail like explosion clouds behind him, Rajar, but it should be relatively easy to avoid. So let's see. Then we gotta check for refresh, and we've got to check for what else? The contagion. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Contagion. We'll roll that first. Constitution. Here we go. And he fails and causes a complication. Sudden shift. You and a random creature within 20 feet swap places. There are no creatures within range, so nothing happens.
Thanlin's mouth now.
Thanlin is an object, not a creature.
Yeah. I'm just being funny.
I know, it's hilarious. Alright, so let's see. He's going to pass to yours. You're up.
Alright, I have to roll a death save, and then I will get some healing at the end of my turn.
Sounds good. And then you pop back up. Let's see. Who would you like to pass to into round 16?
Oof. Okay, I'm gonna pass to Ray so she can get a chance to do something if there's any.
All right. Passing to Ray. Creature's gonna fly 90 more feet.
So what's his total distance in the air now?
It would be 435.
Yeah, he's out of range of everything I can do. Ray will just move closer to actually, sorry, I'm also looking at the stream. How far away is Jert?
From you, Jert is 75 feet.
75 feet. No, that's too. Well, you know what? She'll move her whole 30 feet, and then she'll use. I think she still has second level spells. She'll cast a second level healing word onto Jert. Get him a little bit higher up.
Thanks.
All right. Wait, what are you gonna cast? I'm sorry. Healing word.
Healing word, level 2.
Level 2. Got it. All right. Here we go. All right, so 12 points of healing from that, unless there's any other bonuses that you apply to it or
That's
throw in. All right. Let's see.
That's it for her.
Okay. Who'd you like to pass to?
I will pass to Jert because it looks like they're
right.
going to be going to.
Jert, you are up. So it would be half your movement to stand up.
Yep.
If you are inclined to do so.
Yeah, I don't
All right.
think I'm just gonna lay here. Fuck. I'm gonna run outside. Right here. Oh. Or like onto one of these. I guess there's a wall there, but I'd like to stand on this rock. Right
Sure.
in between them.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you. Fuck, he's so far. Jert looks up into the sky and sighs, knowing he can't reach. Does anyone have any ideas? He calls out to the others around him.
I can still try.
All right. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to give a +1 to your next D20 roll.
You're too far away.
Oh shit. Yeah, you're
Thank
right.
you though.
All right. Well.
Adriel looks like he's going after him. Venice
Okay.
will try.
Well, yeah, but you're like 65 feet up. I don't think I can either. I can give it to Layla, right? It's a.
Layla have anything that long range? We're talking
No,
like
but-
450.
No.
Yeah, no. There's nothing. any of us can do.
Longest way I have it all is 120 feet. So he's
This
completely
is-
out of my ability to do anything.
This would be
one
the
of these
last.
guys-
This would be the last turn I have a shot at hitting him.
All right, then I'm gonna pass to Barnabas because there's nothing I can do. I'll hold an action to attack him if he somehow gets within my range in that time.
All right. As you pass to Barnabas, it's gonna use a Paragon action to dodge.
Well, it's already a disadvantage, so. Well,
Yeah, I know.
no,
I
it's,
just,
thematically, I get it.
I'm just running through my list of things that this guy could do since he's at. So he also is out of range to do most of the stuff he wants to do. So
Fair.
all right.
I'll move forward 30 feet. And then from here, he should still be in my 600 long range. I'm just going to fire a normal ass shot and hope that I get it. Oh, I'd like to succeed at a call. Oh, but I have a Bane, so I got a -1 D4. Come on, 1.
It should automatically be
already
calculated in.
Oh, it was already calculated. Okay, cool. Then I will succeed at a cost either way.
Okay. Here is Lacoste. Butterfingers. All right. So I guess the kickback from the gun or the
I lose my
spell
gun.
or the. Okay. All right.
And Do I have to roll damage again? Yeah. Which I can do just by clicking something on here. I can't find it. I'm just gonna roll this again because I'm panicking.
Kickback hits so hard it just flies out of your arm.
Oh, that sucks. 5 damage.
Or it stays in place and you kind of slide back and then it just sort of comically drops to the ground after realizing gravity exists, sort of thing. Yeah, I got you. All right, so the damage is 5 plus.
No, just 5.
Just 5. Okay.
I've got no bells and whistles anymore.
The longest shot, you tag him in the rump as he is flying away.
And they shake an angry little fist. Give us back our Thadlin!
Fair enough. He is going to... he hasn't acted this round, so... he's going to steal, since he took damage.
Yeah.
Alright. He's going to fly another 180 feet up. Let's see.
He gone.
Let's see. Okay, so that puts him at... oh my gosh, calculator time. Let's see. 435 plus 180. 615 feet up. Alright. And then... Layla. I guess we'll pass to Layla. And then he's got to make another save. This will be the third one. So if he fails this one, he gets...
If he fails, it becomes a disease.
Alright.
That lasts for 7 days.
Oh my god. You're going to give this dude gonorrhea. Alright, here we go. Probably worse ones you could give him. Okay, so he makes it with a 17.
Okay, it still keeps going. He's still poisoned the whole duration until he makes 3 successes.
Shit. Okay. And then this is to recharge breath weapon. Nope. All right. Layla, you're up.
Okay, so I swoop over to Jert. I can do touch range spells in my animal form, so I will use Cure Wounds on him. As I'll kind of glow this astral color. And 7.
Alright, thanks.
And then kind of psychically emanating in your mind, you hear, should the two of us go after him? I could give chase. We could at least find where he lands.
Oh, hell yeah. Jert nods.
And I'll kind of swoop you onto my back then. I can't go up very high this turn because I moved to get here, but we can go like 25 feet in the air.
All right. And then play would pass to Ragear by default, and then he will do 90 more feet of movement to go to 705 feet. All right, Ragear, to you.
All right, Ragear is gonna follow after him because he does have focused breath weapon or whatever we want to call it. He's got 300-foot range on his shot, so he's just kind of tailing him. And I guess he'll call after him. Unless, I mean, 600 feet's a long way, but dragons can hear a long way too, can't they?
Yeah.
He'll call after him. Abathriax, the cowardly king. How much did the sanguine one pay you off to bow?
All right. You can go ahead if you're trying to influence them. You could do an action. Use this as an action.
Absolutely.
If you're just throwing this out as like scatter. Okay.
This is
okay.
Intimidation or persuasion. He just wants him to come down and kill Ragear alone, like a one-on-one. Ragear is way away from this party a little bit here, so I guess we'll do intimidation.
Sure.
I think he's a coward. Why not?
Okay. If he heard your words, they do not seem to have stung him or impacted.
Very well. Then we'll pass to I guess the action economy of it, you would give it to Jert, so that Jert can hop on.
Going into the next round of round 17. Yes. Let's see. He is now out of range of ballista fire as well, so ballistas cannot fire. Jurt, you're up.
Okay, so Layla had said on their turn that they put me on their back and then moved. So I want to clarify that am I or am I not already mounted? Because that takes an action on my turn, correct? Or is that something they could have done to like scoop me up?
Her putting you on her back would have been an action, which did she use a cure wounds or so she used a cure wounds on you, so she wouldn't have been able to put you on the back. So you would need you need to mount up with half movement this turn.
Okay. So then we're still on the ground, and I'll use half my movement to mount.
I doubt we'll reach him, but if we can at least see where he's going, it'll help.
Yeah, at this point, you could certainly try to keep sight of him. If we were looking at like overland travel, essentially, if this guy is capable of 3 90-foot moves per turn, would any of your flight speeds be able to maintain, or would eventually you lose sight of him and just kind of know the general direction that he headed?
I got 120 per turn, so.
Oh shit!
For a while, but.
Yeah. Okay. So if you guys want to leave combat at this point, but say that you follow him for as long as you can before you lose sight of him, that is something that we could do. But like just mathematically, I feel like unless you've got some dimension doors or some real big like leaps in distance, I don't know if you're gonna stop him. Rajar's attempt to intimidate him was not misplaced. It certainly could have slowed him down, but the check was low, and this guy, despite all things, is he's got a job to do. So, do you guys want to pursue, or do you just want to leave it?
I mean, we're not going to be able to find out where he goes. We can figure out a direction, but
right.
I don't know how much that's really going to help us. It's up to you guys. I'm already mounted, so we might as well, I guess. There's nothing that can't hurt.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like a, go give chase for possibly up to a half mile, see if he lands or if there's a layer nearby, and if he just keeps going, then turn back.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let me check the map so I can give you the correct direction that he would have been heading. Okay, so you guys are currently at this intersection. All right. It seems that he was he is actually heading south towards the Brown Hills, and that's sort of part of the mountain range. The fact that he's heading south towards a mountain might indicate that he is looking for a place to hide and recuperate and rest. Or it could indicate that maybe there's troops and forces there that no one's aware of. But that area is very far away from the main Red Hand forces, which are, of course, making their way down the main trade road, burning their way through all of the settlements, and is the opposite direction of Douth, which is the town to the north.
And that's not in the Dwarven Holds, it's like to the mountains to the east?
Correct. Those are the mountains east of the Dwarven Holds. All right. So you have routed one of the most powerful members of the Red Hand. Certainly damaged not just their body, but also their spirits. The stinging words of Rajar kind of will no doubt haunt them as they think about the failure that they have to now report back to their superiors. Which I guess would a dragon consider superiors? Maybe just other people who are cool. But you guys are left on the field, minus one Thanlin, with a lot of injuries. Everywhere that this creature goes, it sets blaze to flammable objects. So the battlefield is just brush fires everywhere, but we don't want to, like, break Foundry this morning. So pretty much everywhere that he ran back and forth, that aura just ignites anything unattended. So everything's kind of blazing up good. This, field right here is turning into a huge brush fire, and you guys will have to figure out what to do in sort of the aftermath of this this encounter, with all of these Knights of Brindle and mercenaries dead, all this gold on the ground, free for the taking? Question mark.
Is it still in gold form?
I mean, some of it is slagged out from the heat, but a lot of it's still intact. Yeah.
Okay.
So while this seems like a really good place to take our break, so we're gonna take the break early, just to we just finished the fight, so this is a good time for us to take a break. So see you guys in 10 minutes.
That's sick. That's cool.
Yeah, that went better than I thought it would. Yep. Sorry, Thanlin.
That's all right.
So, do you have like a backup or something? Or?
Way ahead of you.
All right, cool, sick. All right, see you in a bit.
The blue skin tiefling.
Absolutely not.
I've just run into them so many times at this point.
Precisely.
dragon peers down into its marsupial pouch and sees the glow of a purple blade.
If only. It's still there.
A discussion for another time. I wonder how you could change spiritual weapon though, because this always happens.
Unfortunately, there's like no way to make spiritual weapons stronger because of its lack of concentration. It's already kind of too strong.
Well, you'd have to change it. You'd have
Yeah,
to make it like if you it would like mark a target and would like follow it automatically, but it would take like your full action to swing with it probably.
Yeah.
Or something. Make it like Hunter's Mark or something, just for clerics.
Oh, it just always exists 5 feet away from the
That's
thing
what
that
I
you're
mean.
targeting.
Yeah, you like mark it and but it's
Then it's very close to Witch Bolt, though longer range.
Witch Bolt was a great example of a spell that they had the best intentions. They only play tested it a couple of times and were like, it's good. Because it thematically
cool.
and
Sounds cool.
visually, yeah, I mean, it's force lightning, right? It's Sith lightning. So, like, that's super cool. But it was one of the earliest things that people were like, so you just walk away from it? Question mark? Yeah, and I don't know. It's one of those spells that would have been really good in like Pathfinder, where you sustain it with like one of your actions, but then you have other things you could do as well. Like, I don't know. All right, I guess break is over and we're back. Lex did remind me that they would still need to make saves until they made the saves. So I will make them. And so they failed a third time. So does Lex get to pick out a disease? What disease would Lex have given them?
I know the one that they said in group chat
it would be blindness.
Oh, I think.
Okay.
It's here. Okay.
So he is blinded for the next 7 days.
Okay. So
I know you were still here, buddy.
And this can be removed if an ability like remove curse, I think, is put on him. But yeah.
So this would be like the round after he started running. So he'd still be in midair, like trying to fly away from us. I mean, I assume he could still just fly in a straight line and get away from us, but doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, he's blind as a bat, so we'll see.
Okay. So like a bat, he would just use a blind sight, right? Or is that also shut down by this?
No.
Okay.
He would have his normal senses.
Yeah. Okay. So then, like many big boy dragons, he would use his blind sight and just keep going. But when now he's got like these horrible sores. His eyes are cataract over. That just weeping, like spores from your fungal infection. All right.
Yeah.
So
gave him pink eye.
Let me grab. Let me throw on some music, and then we can resume. We'll resume on map, I suppose. But before we get back to playing, now we have the break. I want to address some player behavior before we go any further. The player behavior was my own. I had a rough ass week, and as a DM and as a professional DM, you got to check all that at the door. But the week that I went through was a lot of detail-oriented stuff, a lot of executive functioning stuff that I normally don't deal with. It kind of just ran down my supply of patience. I know that in difficult fights, players will look for any advantage that they can find, and sometimes it pays off, right? And sometimes it doesn't. In a group like this, where we got 6 players, and everybody is kind of trying to wheedle every possible bonus out of every possible thing, it just gets very tiring. But I was rude to you guys, and I shouldn't have been, and I apologize for that, and I will try to do better, because that's all I could do. So, I'm sorry. Now, let's just get back to it. With your flying allies tracking down Abrithyax as he flees to the south with a mouthful of Thanlin corpse, Barnabas and Ray, you are left here with this melted gold, this broken and burned carriage. a wildfire kind of spreading across the plains towards the south. What do you guys do in the minutes that pass between your allies kind of tracking him down and then returning?
I would pull out of my inventory a firework to signal the wagon to approach, so that we can then load the gold into our wagon and gather the dead, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Is Ray still with us, or do they have to dip?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh.
She still has what? 3rd level spell slot in her repertoire?
Yeah. Let me see. On your spellbook, you have a 1st, a 2nd, and 2/3.
Okay. If there's anyone that's like seriously wounded that needs healing, she would use Aura of Vitality and just start passing out healing.
Okay. You might want to wait for injured allies to return for that.
Okay, that works.
Okay. And then checking out those that have died. Yeah, they're pretty much past the point of healing. Their bodies have either been irrevocably damaged, destroyed, burned. They failed their death saves. They died from massive damage. They're just wrecked, including the luckiest oxen, who I guess in the end wasn't as lucky as it needed to be. Do you try to do anything to mitigate the wildfire spreading through the grasslands?
Not really good at stopping fires. Starting fires is more my bailiwick.
Fair enough. Barnabas, your decision for inaction plus your refusal to use cold when you knew it would be advantageous, your patron grants you a inspiration.
Thanks, Mela.
Ray, is there anything that you want to try to do, or do you just kind of this is sometimes how nature do you? Technically, in the D&D setting, a dragon is a natural creature.
Yeah. I mean, death is kind of part of the cycle, and burning is part of death and rebirth and all that stuff. So we just make sure that the fires just don't go too out of control. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else you would be doing at this point in time, other than probably just collecting up the dead soldiers and just probably searching them, seeing if they had like any orders on their persons. Or everything was just communicated to them. I don't know.
Right. You want to check and see what was on their bodies and what sort of things could be used.
I mean, if there's any bodies left over, I don't know if they were incinerated or not, but.
So there was certainly damage to them, and then as they died and things exploded and burned, there would be a lot of like essentially unattended objects that would have gotten destroyed. I don't know if you could find any notes or papers that would have survived the many 90-foot cones of incendiary breath. But you do kind of see that the Knights of Brindle were, and let me check the stat block here. They were dressed in full plate. They had shields, javelins, flails at the ready, and the horses were done up with some barding. And the mercenaries seem to have sort of a mishmash of equipment, but they all sort of have the same insignia, sort of either branded onto their body, tattooed onto their body, or they're wearing it like a pendant, or it was sort of embroidered onto their clothing or equipment. And a history check could kind of reveal what that would be.
I'll let you have it, Barnabas.
I mean, if you history. I would, if she asks me, I would definitely get involved or
okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. Give me a history check.
There it is. did not come through?
It did. You know exactly what that symbol is. It is a red wyvern, like the silhouette of a wyvern, and it is on a field of black, and it represents House Kaal, Kaal, and Kaal is a merchant house, not a noble house, but a merchant house. And they are considered to be very dangerous and unscrupulous. And there are rumors that they are in league with, or perhaps in charge of, spies, assassins, and thieves guilds throughout Elsir Vale. They are led by Lady Varasa Kaal, who is so wealthy and influential that she serves on the city council of Brindle. And these must be mercenaries in her employ.
The city of Brindle must be desperate to be hiring them. As a note, sorry to keep bringing this up, but this was a month ago. I rolled a nat 20 on a check at the beginning of this battle that got me a trinket.
Yes, and that we said was going to be a Teostra drop. Yep.
Yep.
All right, I will grab that for you. All right, give me a D20 roll.
Ancient dragon treasure. Come on. Yeah, 6.
Okay. All right. Whenever I have to like grab a PDF, open it up, and find a page, I'm instantly transported back to like high school D&D when we had all physical books, and you would have like 100 different bookmarks in every book, and the books would be stacked on top of each other, just horribly damaging the spines. And you were just like looking for that one thing from that one book for that one thing that you needed, which is what I'm doing right now. So while I'm grabbing that, the two of you that followed the dragon as it fled, or the three of you that followed the dragon as it fled, you saw trailing behind it as it flew were these explosive clouds, and then every 6 seconds or so, he would detonate a dozen of those things. So visually, it made for, a pretty, at first, exciting chase scene, but then you guys were cautious enough to sort of watch out for those, and he would sort of fan his flying out to sort of leave them behind. Felt very like Star Fox kind of deal, where you're doing barrel rolls and shit to like not get blown up by these explosions. In the end, he was just able to outdistance you. There was a point where his flight seemed to be disoriented. And he kind of quickly sort of corrected that. That would have been when the blindness afflicted him. You see that he does fly to the southern mountain range, close to the Brown Hills, and disappears off into the horizons and the misty cloud banks that sort of cling to those mountaintops. As you regroup, and return to your allies, you see that they're in the process of laying out the dead, charred remains of the Lions of Brindle and the mercenaries, and sort of not so much going through their pockets, but looking for clues as you guys arrive back on the scene.
As they convey this information, I might turn to Umegs and ask him if he knows of any volcanoes in that mountain range.
He does admit that there are volcanoes in the southern mountain range, but they are all dormant at this time. But the southern mountains would have plenty of caves and tunnels and nooks and crannies for a creature to build a lair or simply find a place to settle down and try to gain some rest. If the creature is in fact resting, you could pursue doggedly into those mountains to try to catch up with it and find sign of it, but that could be an investment of time that could be spent elsewhere. It is again up to you guys to decide where your time is best spent. You have learned a lot about this foe. and you have certainly taught this foe a lesson about underestimating you guys. You imagine that should you ever face him again in battle, he will not toy with you as he did during the first half of the fight. But now you are also better equipped to deal with what he is bringing to the table. All right. So
would my bane eventually go away?
Yeah, eventually it would have to go away. You'd eventually make the save. You know, out of combat, you know, it'll eventually go away.
I also don't know how to remove this wild magic aura I got from my rage.
Oh, yeah. So I did that like impromptu. So let me turn that off for you. But
right.
I'll make a note to actually make. I was gonna make you a whole table for that. Which, by the way, there is a table now for confusion, so you don't have to roll a d10, and then we don't have to check the table. And that should be available if you go to the folder to the left of your World of Warcraft hotbar. That's where like macros are, and there should be a macro in there for the confusion table.
Oh wow, yeah, there's a bunch. I see it.
Yeah.
I guess now that we're all gathered up, Ray will just distribute healing to whoever who needs it, because it looks like a lot of people are beat to shit.
Yeah, I have no more rounds of this potion.
So you guys would have the time you need to apply whatever healing you have access to and sort of catch your breath, as it were.
Or we can just do a short rest, honestly, if it looks like it's warranted.
I think we should.
Okay, that won't spend a 3rd level spell slot.
All right, so the drop that you got, Barnabas, if you have someone that's good at crafting, it is a fire dragon scale, and so essentially, the monster hunter effect of it is that it makes you immune to blight effects if you slot it into an armor. So I would need to kind of parse what would be a good similar effect. I know there's a blight spell, but that's pretty like edge case to say like you just have immunity to the blight spell. But I mean, it's a start. So essentially, if you affix this to somebody's armor, they will have immunity to the blight spell. And then we could say, if they're willing to attune to it, they could gain necrotic resistance.
Okay.
But they could have immunity to blight without the
attunement.
Yeah.
Weren't blight spells in Monster Hunter more like debuffs? Like you make you vulnerable to like a certain.
Well, yeah, there's water blight, there's ice blight, but then they specifically say, because this is the 5e Monster Hunter, the blight spell is actually listed.
Oh, it's specifically called out. Okay.
Yeah. But it says you're immune to blight effects. So maybe a fun thing to do, instead of having it be immune to blight, what if you have advantage?
I feel like it'd be fire blight. Like you'd be immune or resistant to fire.
Ooh, how about this? Yeah. How about this? While you have the fire dragon scale affixed to your armor, you would be immune to the blight spell, but you would also be immune to burning status.
So it's like quenching.
Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to catch flame. Essentially,
hey.
that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. I like
all
that.
right, that's good. Okay. All right. So I'll put on some other music while you guys figure out what your next move is.
Not knowing who else to send it to other than her really just childhood contact, she would find a bird and whisper to it a message to just send towards Brindle to tell them that the caravan has fallen, but the gold was secured.
Okay. So you're gonna send this to the leader of Brindle, Lord Jarmoth?
Yeah, she would at least know his face and name, so she
could
describe him. So she would she would find a bird and place a message into it to inform them.
So, immersion question that I would have. In a D&D world where, magic spells can send animal people, animal messengers and familiars, and there's polymorphs and there's all that kind of stuff. In a wartime scenario, what would people's reaction be, you think, to like birds and animals and small animals and stuff like making their way into like a war room or making their way into a throne room or approaching people? Do you feel like people would just be like gunning this stuff down constantly, or would there's just so many ambient small animals and tiny animals in the everyday world that you just kind of like, it is what it is sort of thing? Because I feel like the last one is sort of just the take that we almost always have, is like, if an animal is exceptional, well, we'll deal with it when it happens. But
I feel like it's that, honestly, like,
Yeah.
in an emergency standpoint, I feel like, all right, you're gonna be like, oh my god, but like the D&D movie like had a wizard, right? And she kind of
Yeah.
fucking knew, and I felt like that made sense. It's like
Yeah,
magic
yeah.
casters would know like when it's another magic caster,
right,
but like your normal folks, like even a magic caster in this sense might think, oh, it's just an animal, or it's got like a weird slight magical aura, so maybe it has a spell on it. But
Mhm. No,
I
yeah, I
there's
get
a
it,
way
I
to
get it.
differentiate,
Yeah.
a little bit with like that, detect magic enough sense. You kind of get like auras and stuff.
Yeah, the latter is definitely my default. But I always did wonder,
Yeah,
especially
I like
in higher magic settings like
Mhm.
like Forgotten Realms and stuff like that.
I
Like,
think there are some fortresses out there that are probably paranoid enough that they probably shoot things down on sight. But
Everyone
we're
knows
talking
the
like
Silver
super
Raven,
secretive
the
war
Silver
room,
Raven,
and
that's a good one. No, you don't shoot.
oh, that's true. Yeah,
That's a
yeah. You
use
see
for Silver
Raven of
Raven.
any, you see a Raven of any color. It's definitely important, but probably shouldn't be shot down, or maybe it should be shot down. I don't know.
right, I mean, even look
Yeah.
at like super magical, World of Warcraft, Medivh, like goes into throne rooms and transforms, and
Yeah.
It's very
Okay.
charming to think about like a room of normal people who don't have this magical intuition, just like acting as if a grenade has been tossed in the room until it talks.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I ask because I've had groups where literally any time I describe there being a small or tiny animal, they just would murder it because they just had to be sure. They just had to, just in case. But so anyways, you send this messenger off to inform Lord Jarmath of what has happened. Fair enough. Now there's the matter of, I guess, the gold. So, would you give the okay for your wagon to come rumbling up the road to the scene?
Yeah, and we would,
Okay.
make sure there's enough fire displacement to our wagon's not going to set on fire.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Now, these burning fields are now sending up plumes of smoke into the air. So this location is going to be pretty visible from a distance. So, what do you do about the wagon and the gold?
Jarrett's gonna start taking armfuls and cratefuls and loading it onto our cart.
All right, fair enough.
Barnabas will use his tool belt ability to summon barrels and crates and pulley carts and things like that to help expedite the process.
Okay, I'm
Get
looking up
word
just
in on it.
how much gold there is there.
we
Oh,
can't
wow.
let this
Okay.
go to waste. We have to convince the king with this.
All right, there is wow. Okay. So there's 12,000 gold worth of treasure that was in this wagon. So this is a substantial offering. This is a lot of money. So Barnabas, even melted, precious metals are precious metals. Yeah. So you estimate that the overall value here would have been around 12,000.
There's like a moment where Barnabas like stands, looks at all of it, and then like whoever's near him, he just like faints into them. He's just like literally passes out with joy.
All right, so I will add the treasure wagon.
It's a true shame we can't keep any of it.
I mean, there's like 12,000 here. You think he'd miss $2,000 off the top?
No, but Brindle would.
Hmm. All right, so there's 12k in gold, plat, and silver coins, trade bars, and gems. So I'll add that to your treasure Discord channel. So, with all that loaded up, we'll say that the whole process took you about an hour to kind of recuperate from the fights, get your wagon over here, and get it loaded up. What now?
He took Vanlin.
He did.
Um,
And we're
friend
not going to be able
Layla,
to get him back.
did you see what direction he went?
Into the South Mountains. But there's a dozen places he could hide. We'd be searching for days. Vanlin would think it'd be a waste of time. So honestly, to honor him, the best thing we can do is convince these damned stubborn dwarves. And if they continue to refuse, despite this loss in our efforts, I'm half tempted to rip the tongue out of the king and stuff it up his own ass.
I agree with that sentiment.
I worry about what they will do with friend Thalen's body. They seem quite keen on trying to create monstrosities of war.
Oh, I have
With
no doubt.
Regerix and the Ghost Lord, it seems they're very interested in making something.
Then we have a decision to make. We take the gold now, and we go to the dwarves. Or we
It's
divert
time.
our course, and I try to track down the Bithriax.
Well, are we going to take our wagon into the mountains? We're going to have to abandon it.
There's no point in following into the mountains.
We
need
also...
to we need to get to Brindle, and we have no idea what the dwarves will ask. They'll probably want something still, but this might open the door to an alliance. I don't know if it'll solidify it.
We
Hopefully
also...
open the door to it.
We also have an objective before we convince the king. We know that when we enter the Dwarven Holds with this gold, it will likely draw the attention of the war singers, and we will have to fight them off before we meet the king.
I am sure
What's the
there
whole
are
point of this
some
plan?
dwarves suspicious, though, and would be willing to aid us, even if not the king. The point of which part of the plan? The war singers delivering the gold?
Oh, could we find Aknol's body? I feel like we need a hobgoblin. I don't know if these people have ever seen a hobgoblin.
Yeah, you definitely retrieve that from the battlefield.
We'll wrap up and prepare it.
Okay.
I can cast a third level animate dead. Just have him walk with us.
Don't forget the frost brand. You guys still have that.
Dirt has it already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dirt just kind of holds the weapon and puts it into his belt.
You all mentioned a dwarf by the name of Brightcoin, yes?
Yes, right. The right hand to the king.
Maybe we seek this individual out and then use him to get audience with the king?
Use him to parlay the gold for us?
Yes.
It's probably the best chance we have.
Alright.
Lila, I know you just used your ability to message Brindle, but is there any way you can get a message ahead to him?
Of course. Just let me go search for an animal. Most of them were scared away from here, so I'll try to find one on the road.
Yeah, I bet they're all scattering with the fire.
And we don't need to linger too long either.
Let's all get in the wagon and go.
Okay. I will take you guys back to the map.
Do we need this hobgoblin's body preserved in any way? Because Ray can
did
cast...
you animate it? Because I mean,
No,
you would've
I
had
was
to-
I was kind
I
of
mean,
joking about that.
How
but
long
I mean,
does it
we
last?
can.
How long does it last?
Animate dead 24 hours.
That's not worth it. We're not going to be there in time.
All right, then I think she still has a second level spell slot. She can cast Gentle Repose on the hobgoblin body,
Yeah,
so it doesn't like start.
stink up our wagon.
Yeah.
Do you bring the bodies of the people from Brindle, or do you leave them on the road, or do you bury them on the road? Like how? What do you do with them?
I think we would take them, right? Return, because we're going back to Brindle. Like, I don't know. Like, if we want to have a pile of corpses, but
yeah, that's gonna be quite a distance. Maybe
Let the fires take them.
yeah, makeshift pyre.
I mean, the fires definitely took them already, but yeah, I get you. Throw it, yeah, like give them a proper send off kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it look like any of them had anything like identifying marks, like dog tags or anything?
We did that thing with the mercenaries, the House of Kal.
Yeah. Well, these are the two men were Knights of Brindle. Well, the two knights were Knights of Brindle, and as far as like any like identifying marks or anything like that, the one knight was Braun Bronson. The other one, you never got their name. With the with the melted kind of helm removed, and kind of checking them out. They seem to be of human descent, but everything was pretty badly burned in the attack.
Yeah, if there was like anything that was like a dog tag, I would suggest that we had taken it, but it seems like everything's just, even their armor was like practically melted to slag, so...
Yep. This is kind of an afterthought, and I totally get it if this is out of the question, but
Sure.
As the fight ended, and like we kind of had all these plans of who we were going to bring back to life, like, is it possible that we could have brought back Bronson? Is like the time frame doable that we could have revivified him in a minute?
Well, the person with Revivify was... well, Ray was here. Ray had Revivify.
Yeah.
So, Ray,
Yeah.
is that something that you would have done? Or...
If it's within the time frame, I have the materials to do it.
Right. I mean, it would have been a rush up to them kind of deal, but yeah. I mean, they will awaken to a badly burned body, and a lot of injuries and whatnot. But yeah, they could be saved.
Okay, so if that's the case, and you'll allow it, she'll do Revivify on Bronson, and then she'll send another, because I think she had 2 third levels left. Then she'll do another 3rd level to Aura of Healing, and just kind of start pumping healing into him just to keep him sustained.
Okay. All right. All right, then I guess gasping awake and then possibly passing out, or at least kind of crying out and sort of just languishing in pain from their many burns from the battle. Braun Bronson would be alive, and as you supply healing and whatnot, he would get not so much better, but like he would calm down as the healing kind of soothes some of the wounds. He would more than likely need rest, but would also be available to give you guys whatever questions you have. Like, he has nothing but time at this point, traveling with you and recuperating to answer any and all questions that you have about the situation in Brindle, the nature of this escort mission, and any of that stuff. So
it took us what, a day or so to get here. I'm trying to remember like how long travel was, because Ray would just suggest.
Yeah, it's early. It's still early morning. Because you traveled and then it was only like a couple of hours to the battle after you woke up.
Okay. Then I don't know if anything else is going to happen for the rest of the day. She'll just use her training in medicine just to keep him stabilized, and just warn people to not bother him until probably this evening.
Okay. All right. So, you guys, the intention then is to travel back to the Hammerfast Holds?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do we go straight to Val Hindarlin, or do we go to Hundlestone? Or I mean, I guess we wait to hear back from Layla's bird as to where Brightcoin is.
Okay. All right. Let's see. And then let me look up Animal Messenger for return times. Means of the spell, deliver message. It can cover 50 miles per 24 hours. Let's see. Could it have made it to Brindle from where you guys are at? Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Damn. 50 miles right there. And then as the bird flies, well, shit. Okay. All right. So it's going to take a 24 hours for them to get there. And then I guess 20, however long it would take for them to get back. Okay. So you wouldn't know until late tomorrow what the replies are from the birdos, I believe. Wait, do they send? No, I don't think you get a return. You just send it and that's it, right?
No, I don't get a return.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
All right. So, but you are.
I'm just trying to let them both know what happened and let Brightcoin know that we're headed towards him. And
as the bird flies, you were
us.
exactly like 49 miles away from Brindle and away from Val Hindarlin, which was kind of neat. Okay. So both of your animal messengers, you believe, will be successful. The travel time with your wagon. Let's see. And the goal is to head back there. All right. So let me check to see if anything happens during your travels.
While we're traveling, we would definitely be questioning Bronson about the state of Brindle.
Okay. Do you wait until evening time, or do you begin questioning him right away?
Dr. Rafino definitely won't let me in the room.
Okay, fair enough.
He tries, but then he is patient.
About an hour into traveling back towards the crossroads and then towards the Hammerfast Holds, you do encounter along at the crossroads a caravan, and it does seem to be a caravan of small folk. So like halflings and mousekin. Do you engage or?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Pops off cart, goes up to random mousekin. Orion?
So, oh no. Do you know Orion? Cause you're a mouse. Yeah. So they definitely stopped their whole caravan when your monstrous war machine came into view, and they're if a caravan of smallish wagons could huddle, they are huddling a kind of off the road. They are at the crossroads heading east. You guys are approaching crossroads north to south. They have no intention of approaching you guys for fear of your mighty war machine. But who of your number would go speak with them, if any?
Radrier gets out since nobody else does.
All right, fair enough.
I assume everybody stopped.
Barnabas would definitely go represent the Lollipop Guild with Radriar.
Okay.
Oh, you want Radrier to go?
Okay.
I don't want to go anywhere alone.
All right, so frontman Radriar and Barnabas bring some small cred to this interaction. You approach this caravan. In total, it is. Oh my goodness. Okay. So in total, there are a mix and match of about 12 adults and many children, and that is spread across 5 wagons. And so as you approach, the bravest of them all, which is most of them, because halflings and mousekin are actually quite brave, steps to the front and puffing out his cheeks to seem, very intimidating. He looks to all of you and he says, "We want no quarrel and no fights. what is the nature of your being? He points to you, Radriar. And this is a mousekin of middle age and mighty girth.
I'd call out to them, fear
That's
not.
what his Tinder profile says. Is, yeah.
I'd call out to them, fear not. This is the guardian of the land.
I have a world building question.
Sure.
Are these mousekin wearing pants, or is Orion just weird?
No, they're all Donald Ducking it.
Okay.
They're all Donald Ducking it. Yep. But it's a good question to ask.
And naturally, the one with the largest balls walked to the front.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
As is the right of my people.
Yeah. Is he a mousekin or is he a tanuki-kin? We don't know for sure. But as you say that he's a guardian of the land, go ahead and give me a persuasion.
Did you say that this mousekin looks old?
He looks middle-aged.
Middle-aged.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do mousekins like live what?
No, they
20
don't.
years?
Yeah, they don't live very long at
Yeah.
All right, here it comes.
all. Okay. Well, I've never seen a guardian quite like that, and what?
You need not worry. My stomach and intestines were removed a long time ago.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
We only seek to protect you, and we're hoping that you have news from Hillwatch.
Hillwatch, yes, we do. We have news. We are refugees. Our village has been overrun by monsters, terrible wolf creatures, sort of a bat and a wolf at the same time, and these small green-skinned creatures riding around on evil wolves that can speak to each other. It has been a nightmare. We finally had enough, and we escaped. I don't believe we've been followed, but we left so many behind.
I'm at least glad to know there are still more alive.
You are wise. They will go after the stray.
You should join with our convoy. You'll be safer with us. Would they slow us down dramatically because they have small wagons?
Because of Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse, small wagons now have the same speed as regular wagons. So
racial equity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you ever?
But next to your wagons, the size disparity is somewhat comical. They look like little toy wagons. Now, these people do look like, despite having a species bonus against fear, it looks like they have been through some horrors. And there are many amongst the number who are curious about you guys. The children are small and precocious, and they want to explore your big battle wagon, and they want to touch your weapons, and they want to see what all the dead people are doing, and yeah, they want to know why somebody doesn't have a stomach anymore. So once they realize that you are allies and that it is safe, that sort of curious nature of the halflings and the mouse can kind of come to the forefront a bit. So you would accept these people and travel with them?
That's what I would go for.
Adria would not. He knows every second that we delay, another mousekin is put in the ground, so we should probably go.
Okay.
And he makes that known to them.
Because as like an immortal being, like the seconds of your life would be like the lifetimes of their life. Yeah. Oh, nice, nice.
Me and Rachel are doing good cop, bad cop.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So you have now these mousekin refugees and halfling refugees from Hillwatch. They are accessible, that you might ask questions of them during your travels. The rest of the day passes uneventfully, and you make good time closing the distance between your starting point and Val Hindarlin. Okay. During your travels, does anybody have any questions they would like to ask of either set of NPCs or B team NPCs? I mean,
Raedra would ask if any of the mouse folk have lost their families.
yes. So when you ask that, they begin to tell you stories of how it started with raids in the outskirts of Hillwatch. Sightings of these green-skinned, like these small green-skinned men riding on these black evil wolves. And that at first the local sheriffs and deputies were enough to sort of keep keep the raiders at bay and keep the peace. And then it just got to ramping up very, very quickly, more and more and more. And then they started encountering at night these horrible beasts that were like somewhat humanoid, somewhat bat-like, and somewhat wolf-like. And they had a voracious hunger for flesh and for violence. And very quickly things began to fall apart.
Out of game, really quick. There's no shot these mouse folk have sheriff and deputy cowboy hat little guys. That is the cutest and funniest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah. So I was as a youngster, I played a lot of EverQuest, and the halfling guards were all called sheriffs or deputies, and it just was like something that never went away from me. So like I always refer to halflings and Mousekin by kind of affiliation, because Hillwatch is primarily a halfling community that has like a ton of Mousekin. Yeah, they have little sheriffs, and they go around. They have little sheriff stars. They got little hats to keep the sun out of their eyes. Yep.
Denovari revolver on the hip. No, Raedra. Yeah. Raedra would listen to their plights, let them kind of mourn and grieve. Does not help them with the whole, your family's dead, it's going to be okay. He accentuates that they're dead and that more will die. But that is life, as he's a Topaz Dragonborn, and that's just how they kind of do things.
Fair.
He does ask if there was anybody important who they've seen dead, such as a sheriff or leader, beyond that.
Or if they've seen a white lion come through.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they mention that someone came from Prosser to Hillwatch to check in on them, because Prosser was experiencing all sorts of troubles of their own. Essentially, the people had been taken by a wave of depression and sadness that was making it impossible for many to work or even get out of bed. And this individual, one Joel Bandon, came seeking information and perhaps answers to see if Hillwatch was experiencing something similar, or if they knew what to do about it. But sort of being caught up in the events of these raiders in Hillwatch, they're not sure what happened to Joel Bandon afterwards. But the as far as the mayor of Hillwatch, he didn't make it.
Yes.
They broke into his hobbit hole and they ate him in his sleep.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Midnight snack.
Very well. No. Raedra would take the information, let the little guy grieve, tell him that at least his mayor will not be drained of his sanguine energy and left to decay in the streets. And then would move over to Mr. Bandon himself.
Okay.
And moving forward, he would be expressing he's got a lot of negative emotions right now in this gemstone body of emotions. So he's going to be projecting probably some bad vibes, or at the very least some grieving vibes. And he would sit next to Mr. Bandon, wherever Mr. Bandon is.
He'd be sitting on the edge of the cart, kind of watching the interactions, but not really. Like if some of the kids come up and like want a tour or like a look at his weapons, he obliges and we'll talk to them. But he's just been relaxing and resting.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, there's few things cuter probably in the multiverse than halfling children. I mean, if you've seen the movie Willow, you know halfling children are very cute. Even cuter would be mouseling or mouskin children. Yeah, so they're very excited in their tiny voices. They follow you around as you give them a tour of the battle wagon, and each new thing that you show them is another like ooh and an ah. And there are times where you see that their small grabby hands have picked up like volatile chemicals from the alchemy lab, and someone at one point just has a sword, and things like that. But overall, it does sort of distract them from their worries and their troubles. And seeing these smaller species essentially dealing with the same troubles that the people of Drellin's Ferry had to deal with, it would sort of show that this is an issue that is not just affecting like the humans and their allies, but this is affecting all of the people, all of the settlements of the Vale. All right. Jurt, would there be any interest or reaction in the mention of this Joel Bandon from Froster?
As soon as Joel Rajar passes on the information about Joel, Jurt tries to rack his brain, but given the time gap and him being only 8 years old when he left, he is having trouble like associating a face with the name, but looks determined and turns to Rajar and says, I don't know if we have the time to head in that direction, but I certainly want to. We know Orion went there, and we have to pick him up at some point, do we not?
This is true, but there is good chance your family is dead by the time we get there. There may already is.
Damn.
I want you to be ready for it. I know you do not fear death, but it is unmerciful.
He takes a minute to respond and says, when I came back, I had assumed everyone was already gone. Even the smallest chance to see one of them is enough.
He coughs very loudly, and then he goes back into the wagon.
Some lozenges in the cabinet.
I don't have a tongue.
Right.
And he would leave it at that, taking a moment to enjoy the children's laughter before anything else.
Poor guy.
How many days? Is it about a 2-day journey?
Like 1.5, I think.
Okay. I feel like Ula would have questions, but they wouldn't really be asked during the first day. I think that she spends the first day just kind of dealing with the reconciliation of the fact that Danlin is definitely gone, and that we've lost another. After having kind of a day to compress, just internalize things a little bit, she would go up to you, probably a little better off now, Bronson, and just look him in the eyes and just say, how's the food supplies in Brindle? Is everyone starving yet?
Oh, you ask in Brindle if they're starving? Yeah, Braun looks at you and says, of course not. We're not under siege, and it has been a good season. There's plenty of food, and Well, there is talk of evacuating the city, sending those who are not fit to fight or not willing to fight east to Denver. We were sent to try and secure an alliance with the dwarves. The offering was great. I'm pleased you were able to recover the gold and protect it from that monster.
You'll be under siege soon. I don't have any doubts about that.
Do they have more creatures like that? Like that dragon?
At least one other we've killed. Well, good. Maybe my message didn't go to waste. I already informed some members of the city to maybe begin hoarding food. I figured you would go under siege sooner than this, but I'll take that as a sign of a good thing. Has the city actually taken this threat seriously enough to begin preparations and defense? Or are they too busy squabbling amongst themselves over who gets fat over this?
Well, you might have saw that we were traveling with those mercenaries from House Call. I feel that things must be more dire than they're letting us know for Lady Call to volunteer her assistance. That woman, he looks around just in case there's assassins nearby. That woman does nothing for free. But my superior officer told me that they had been volunteered for the mission by Lady Call. That made me suspicious, of course, but the extra aid I thought would prove useful. Who was I to know that we would face a dragon?
Those above you requested aid to come to your city. What do you think they want to ask of us?
I think that they've heard of your legend. The battle at Skullgorge Bridge. The business with the Tiricator. Not to mention how you schooled that troll in Drellin's Ferry.
Yes, still milking that.
Yes, there was that Era Cochra bard, Ron Swanson. He was telling everyone about your battle against that troll.
Oh man, small tear. I would have pushed like a piece of paper into Layla's hand when she was going towards the room. One of the questions written on it would have been...
He was a very, very handsome bard, if I do say so myself.
I love this new art. One of the questions on the piece of paper would have been if the refugees made it from Drellin's Ferry, Terrellton, Nimmin Gap, like what refugees have arrived in...
He says that is a good question. Refugees all along the trade road, Drellin's Ferry, Terrellton, Nimmin Gap, and Talar have all been surging into Brindle. Last we heard, Nimmin Gap was about to be attacked. They were gathering forces surrounding the settlement. It won't be long now before Talar falls as well.
Are you well enough to ride back on your own?
Ride what? My horse died.
We could give you an ox.
I think we could use his help.
They need information. We have a lot of it.
I could certainly try. If you could spare an ox, that would be better than walking. I suppose I could pass through Doth and try to switch out for a horse, but that settlement is cursed. No?
Do not stop.
But I mean, I would ride till I died, then stop in Douth. The people. They are dying of laughter. I saw some of the corpses as they were being carried away for burning. Their faces torn into a rictus grin.
Yeah.
Layla, I think maybe we should just give him the B team paperwork if we can.
What is happening to these realms, Druidus? What is happening to Elsir Vale? What have we done to deserve such evils visited upon us?
Does Brindle know about Elsa Cross? Do they know not to trust them?
Not to trust Elsir Cross. I mean,
Don't take refugees in from them. That's what we need delivered. Their leader is working with these creatures, like the dragon.
I don't know if we've had refugees from Elsir Cross. I don't know why we would. The forces seem to be marching from the west. I'll admit that Elsir Cross has always been, what do the halflings say? Sus. But they've caused no problem recently.
Fine, I suppose they can wait till we get there to deliver.
Are they
forcefully.
in league with the enemy?
Yes. She just says bluntly, looking at him.
Who can we trust then? What of Witchcross to the north? Or Red Rock?
Red Rock is okay. We've sent allies to help aid it, so maybe they will in turn, after it is claimed and restored, head to Brindle to aid you.
Well, I will do what you ask of me, for
Would
you
you
have
like-
saved my life, but I would prefer that I travel the rest of the way with you to Val Hindarlin. That I can give my message in person. I want to see my quest completed.
Well, we're going to be making a stop. We know an ally of the king. They're going to see if he would be willing to get us an audience.
Is he well connected? A noble?
Childhood friend of the king.
How fortuitous of you to have made such an ally.
Chance encounter at that. Saved his life. But no, I think having you deliver the message alongside this friend would be better than us actually doing it. Very well. Barnabas, I think you're right. Give him the paperwork.
Paperwork?
All right, I'm gonna need some signatures.
Signatures?
Look, this is for your best. We want you to make it all the way to the king.
He looks at you and he says, "Is this some sort of protection racket?"
It's a certain type of racket, but you do get paid.
Well, I receive a stipend from the city of Brindle. I could never take on a second employer.
Not even as like an independent contractor?
How about this?
Okay.
I will sign these contracts, but when we finally return to Brindle, I must resume my duties to the city.
Of course. Just temporary contract.
Of course.
I'm leaving. The two of you can finish this up.
All right.
Ron Bronson, I just want you to know, for a Brindle Knight, you're alright. But I hate your fucking nobles.
There are many that feel that way. I do not hold your crass words against you.
And she will purse a thin smile. Good. Then your crassness will fit right in.
Okay. He says, if you bring me into battle, I can use my leadership skills once per encounter. Or I guess it'd be short rest. Basically, whoever activates it as an action, you basically pop off a 30-foot aura that is a bless aura. So as long as people are within 30 feet of you, the person who popped off the aura, they gain the benefits of a bless. It does not require concentration. But it does end if you are incapacitated.
It's
Welcome
not
aboard,
bad.
Bronson.
All right. that night, does anybody have any specific camping activities or roleplay scenes that they need to play out or would like to play out?
I have one.
Okay.
Barnabas does his normal crafting thing of this, and he's wearing his eye patch, which is a little unusual. And he's got in his crafting room all the star charts he made with Layla up, as he's kind of finishing a weird device. Goes into his ring and he finds his patron, take her by the hand to lead her up to the subfloor 6A, and he takes like a bunch of fire damage while he leads her up there because contact, but halved because fire resistance. And when they go up to this empty room, he drags a table into the middle of it and places a device on it. He says to her, "I might still be some time until we can get you outside, but until then, I can at least give you the night sky." And he uses magical tinkering to emit light from it, and it projects like a planetarium, stars all over an empty room.
Oh, okay. So let's see. Throw a cameraman in there for you. All right. So as you do this, she stares up in wonderment at the illusory or the I guess artifice created sky that sort of projects on this on the ceiling of this domed room, and it seems to in that moment sort of take her breath away as she looks up at it. She stares for a very long time before finally speaking, and she says, "Barnabas, fate brought us together, and you have proven to be a greater champion than I could have ever hoped for. The work that you have done for me, to strengthen me, to help me recover, I will never forget your loyalty and the sacrifices that you have made. Time passes, my strength grows, and soon, very soon, I will be free of this prison. When I am, I will remember everything that you have done for me, and it will temper my fury."
I only want for your freedom and happiness. Everything that I have done is the least I could do for everything you have done for this land and helping us fend off this army. I do have one question, though. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But I was wondering, when the Red Hand came to you and asked you to supply them with weapons, what was the price that you wanted from them?
She kind of stares at you, and she says, "You would think less of me if I were to tell you."
There's nothing that you could say that would make me change my opinion of you.
Well, it certainly complicates things, but I wanted them to assure me that the dwarves of the southern mountains would be wiped out. Long have those people enslaved mine, forced us to divulge our secrets, stolen from us our power, and bound us into service. If war was to come to these lands, I thought it would be pleasing to watch those hateful creatures burn to ash.
You know, if they have subjugated your people, then this want is only understandable.
But
may not be-
now, that anger is tempered. I understand that there are those you care about and wish to defend, and the dwarves are a powerful resource to do that. I am curious to see what transpires with this king. I am curious to see the effect you and your allies have on the status quo of their lives. Sometimes fires are not truly made of flame. Destruction has many forms.
Hopefully we'll light the flames in the hearts of the people and make them want to join our cause, if the king will turn us away.
Indeed.
Should this all come to pass, and, you know, should we find calmer days, and I could speak reason with our new allies, the dwarves, maybe we could work to have them not attack, try to trap your people.
Perhaps. That is something that can be addressed at a later date. For now, we have much to do. We have many who must be punished.
Is there anyone else that comes to mind?
I think we have a full plate already. Let us focus on the task at hand. As long as we work together, as long as your service remains loyal, I am eager and willing to help you realize your own goals, which will lead to a partnership that stretches on and on for ages. This is a small page in the history that we pen together, Barnabas.
We will spend eons doing good work together.
All right. Then she does sort of a soft villain laugh and stares up at the night sky that you have created for her.
Wonderful. And we just
Okay.
spend the rest of the evening in there, quietly staring
Alright.
at the stars.
All right. Fair enough. All right. It occurred to me that during the battle, correct me if I'm wrong here, you guys did use your auto 20, right? So you guys could have done the faster travel if you'd wanted to. I mean, I guess it's fortuitous that you didn't, because the random encounter you got was refugees, so that was kind of cool. But would you want to essentially fast travel the rest of the way, or do you want to see if anything interesting happens tomorrow?
We did get really good boons the last time we fast traveled. What do you guys
let's
think?
just fast travel.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, fast
Straight-
travel.
Straight to the hold.
Okay. All right.
For that evening activity,
Mhm.
Ray would do what is it? Isolation or
Mhm.
meditate or whatever it's called.
Okay.
So I think that's a wisdom check.
Yeah. Does anybody volunteer to just be on lookout while anyone else could do essentially their camp activities if they are interested, like Rafina is doing? Alright. Wisdom check.
Or actually, you know what? No wisdom check. She'll do lookout.
Oh, okay.
Because it's kind of more of the same thing. It was
Mhm.
just one was going to be mechanical or not. But essentially, she is. I think there's a roof to our wagon, right?
Yes, absolutely.
she would be sitting up there and just kind of watching like around the caravan that now includes the halflings and mouselings, kind of like watching everyone. And then looking at the mouselings, we kind of remember of Orion. And unfortunately, one of the last things he kind of said to her was to keep everyone safe. And while she has tried to, ultimately she has failed in that task because Danlin is no longer with the group. So she's just kind of a little frustrated with herself, but just trying the best that she can as she just watches out over everything.
Okay. All right, so real quick, I'll run through. Rager, did you want to do any camping activities, or are you good?
He was just going to relax in solitude as usual if he's
all right.
with.
Yeah. So the DC on this, because of your wagon, is just going to be a 5. So this is like basically free inspiration. So you just have to do a flat, not flat, but a wisdom check. Yep, there you go. So you get an inspiration. Jerk, did you go up to any camping activities?
I think he would be. He would try to ask if any of the refugees know any further information about Joel Bandit, or if it was just rumors they heard.
Yeah, sure. So in that neck of the woods, the area between Hillwatch and Prosser, there is a family of humans that apparently migrated to the area, or settled the area about like 30 years ago, something like that, maybe less. Apparently they came from Drellin's Ferry and that or somewhere back west. But they have a pretty successful farm and ranch situation, and in that region, the name Bandon is associated with honor, integrity, and courage. So there's kind of a saying that if you need help, find a Bandon. And pretty much everyone from that family line or that clan is not so much adventurers, but they're willing to do what they need to do to like defend their own and to help their families.
Nice.
And friends, yeah.
And
so
I guess his camp activity is like reverse tell a story, where he hears a story.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right. In that case, I'll roll for this Mouseling Bard and see if they were able to provide for you a suitable story. Oh yeah, it's a cool ass story. Nice. So they basically tell you a story, and it kind of sounds like, like a cowboy version of like Seven Samurais, but it's apparently about like some of the Bandon clan. It's a very good story. Yeah, and you get the sense that whoever these people are, you're hearing names though that are not known to you or familiar to you, other than the family name and the surname. All right. Let's see. Layla, do you get up to anything?
So, this is kind of we'll all be trying to remind me before we go and talk to Ron Bronson. I feel like this is kind of what softens her up a little bit, and she's off to the side a little bit when she's watching the children. Eventually, she just kind of goes and plays games with them. So, I guess we do play a game, but she just plays child games with them.
All right. Yeah, sure. Give me either, if you have a gaming set, roll that. Otherwise, do a dexterity, a charisma, or an intelligence. You're only trying to
check.
Only try to get a 5. Yeah.
Charisma save or check?
It would just be a check. Okay, yeah.
You have a good time leading some games.
Yeah.
And softens her up a little bit, teaching the kids how to learn some new stuff.
Beautiful. You get an inspiration. Okay. Let's see. I think that's it. All right. So, the next day, you guys decide to do campfire. You're gonna travel. It's such a short distance. I don't even know if we really need to roll for it because it's so short. I feel like with your battle wagon and all of your caravan, it's unlikely that anything would want to engage with you anyways.
Campfire travel, does it have to be like a full day's duration of travel that has to pass for
Yeah, I
that
think
to
it has
work,
to be a
or-
certain amount to even necessitate. Let's see.
so I guess we have like a half a day, so that wouldn't qualify.
Yeah, so I'll just say that because you have access to this form of travel, we just don't worry about any randos, and you guys just kind of show up where you need to show up. All right. So where do you want to go? And let's see, the morning. Ooh, yeah. So hold on. Okay. Now, when you sent your bird to Brindle, did you sign the message, or like, can you walk me through the 25 words or less, like, so I kind of know how they would respond to it?
Sure.
Okay.
So the short message just says, found your caravan on the road and were attacked by the Red Hands dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Saved your gold.
Okay.
Lost most of the knights, and she would sign a clause of the veil.
Okay. All right. Let's Claws of the Veil. Who would be the most iconic of the Claws of the Veil that they would want
and to Brightcoin, she more or less was just letting them know that they're on their way to him and to make himself available and known, so that they could find him easier.
Fair enough. All right.
I believe the most iconic is Guy.
Oh. I'm gonna burn through a lot of spell slots here. All right, hold on. Who would be the second? If Guy's phone said this line is no longer in service, who would be the next most iconic member of the Claws of the Veil?
The little mouse riding on a lion.
Yeah,
Claude,
I was gonna say that,
right?
Unfortunately.
It'd be Claude, then it'd be his owner.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so switch gears there, Rafina. Ryan Thistlebush. While you and Claude are fighting Nergigantes in the mountains of the Giant Shield alongside your Goliath and Tyrikator allies, there's an incoming call in your brain. Because of the nature of 5e magic, you can't even decline the call or send it to voicemail, so it immediately goes through. It is a voice you've never heard before, and it says, Orion, I am sorry about the loss of Guy. Message received. Please hurry to Brindle with all haste. Or deliver the gold to the king and sway him to our cause. Everyone is counting on you.
That's just like over the fight music.
Immerstal the Red. And I don't know if it's 25 words or not. I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever.
Close enough.
Close enough. Yeah.
Who really counts as words anyway? Nerds on the who stream their games.
Matt Mercer to make funnier scenes with Jester, but that's about it. Yeah.
If you don't take breaths, is it all one word?
Right? Yeah. There's so much there. Right? There's so much there.
If you are taking breaths, then there's probably going to be like 5 words left.
Fucking book.
Yeah, that's fair. So you, I don't know what you're going to do with that information. In your ongoing hunt against this, apparently there's a mated pair of Nergigantes who have come down from the Giant Shield Mountains to hunt the Baros of the Red Rock tribe, goaded by hill giant invaders. So it's like a whole plot line against giants, and there's Nergigante. It's fucking crazy. Apparently there was some shit going on in the mines themselves. It was wild. You're just having the craziest time, Ryan. In the break that comes up where you get a chance to sort of catch your breath between battles, what do you do with that information, Ryan?
Shit. He would respond that.
Yeah, because you do get to respond to the message. So
Yeah, this is sending. Okay. Claws of the Vale are heading to dwarves. I will convene at Brindle when all of this is done at Red Rock. Trust in them. They will carry this out. Orion.
Okay. All right, so he's a smart guy, but maybe too smart. So the way you're talking makes it sound like you're not with them, but that'd be crazy. So he's going to assume that your strange use of like they and things like that is like you are referring to your team that you are totally with and everything is fine. All right, sounds good.
I mean, if he was with the claws, he'd be using we.
You would think
But,
so.
Red Rock.
All right, maybe it's just that every time you cast this, you have to use another 3rd level spell slot. You know what? Maybe just to make sure. Okay, who's the 3rd most iconic member of the Claws of the Vale? And it can't be Claude. Oh no, Hamlin. Okay.
The Knight of Drellin Ferry.
Yeah.
Ouch.
All right. So that's disturbing.
Bullshit.
Okay.
I want to argue Barnabas over Thanlin.
Okay.
I do sure about. Well, that's tough to say. I don't know.
All right. Let's
roll
take it
for
to
fame.
a vote. We're gonna
Take
take
a
it.
measuring contest. Roll.
I'm here for it.
All right. All right. We're gonna do a poll. We're gonna say who is more famous, Thanlin or Barnabas.
Oh,
and then
I can't vote.
And then I'll put Jerd on there too. Layla, maybe you'd be on there. Here, I'll throw you on there. I mean, I think we all know that you're kind of low on the rankings, but we'll see how it goes. All right. We got 2 votes for Barnabas, 3 votes for Barnabas. All right, 1 for Jert, 0 for Thanlin. Oh man. Okay. All right, fair enough. So as you guys are riding down the road, Barnabas, you hear a voice that you've never heard before in your head, and it says, unsure status of clause, period. Got messenger, period. Please finish dwarf quest, period. Fill me in, period. Install the red, you may respond to this message.
Okay.
All right, and you can make Barnabas a history check to see if you know what a Install the red is.
Okay. Here it comes.
Okay, you know that Install the Red is the Archmage of Brindle. He is the strongest spellcaster, allegedly, in Elsir Vale.
Yeah, I feel like I would have known that because Sir Tyrion did talk about him as his contact in Brindle.
Yep. And he has a very small school for magic where he trains people. And his wife runs a magic shop. Essentially, she is a magic item broker.
I'm working on my message. I'm trying to say my 25 words. I have, let's see, I'll be open to if someone wants to help me end it. I have Orion with elves in Red Rock. We have gold. Meeting with King hopefully soon. I still have 10 words. Does anyone want to add anything to that before?
No.
How's Brindle holding up? I don't know.
We already have that. We have Bronson.
Fair.
Wait. Don't trust Elsir Cross is what it. Yeah. Don't trust leader of Elsir Cross.
Beautiful. See, that's a Foundry mod we need. We need sending the mod, where it actually shows you X out of 25 words, and then you hit send, and then it like appears in chat with like maybe like some fancy formatting or something.
It has word count built into it.
Yeah, chef's kiss. Oh man. Somebody,
Last
somebody casually mentioned that to Ripper, and it'll probably be finished in like 30 minutes. So
last phrase, and it fits. Every settlement imperiled.
Oh wow. All right. Okay. So you can now, I guess, let the group know that you received this message after a very long time of calling people, and there you go. Do you share the message with the rest of the party?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So now you guys are caught up, and Layla, you know that at least one of your messengers was successful. All right. As you travel throughout the day, and let me advance the calendar. Let's see. I always forget that they moved calendar to the ribbon tab now. There we go. So let's see. Day. Here we go. All right. And then, yeah. So as you guys are traveling, maybe a few hours after you kind of set out for the day, you reach the crossroads where you could continue west to Hundlestone or south to Val Hindarlin. And waiting at the crossroads is a group of dwarven warriors. One of the dwarven warriors has a name tag floating above his head, and he looks really important and also very handsome. What is the establishing shot of this individual right here?
Close to how the token is set up, you will see that he is leaning against stump at the side of the road, arms crossed, lead pipe, recently lit with smoke bellowing out, long reddish braided up beard flowing just past his navel. One eye's closed. There's a bunch of star marks over his face, and he is just taking in a breath of air before glancing at the group. Oi! No, come closer. Let me get a look good look at you.
Picture I would be the first to hobble over.
Okay. So kind of dismounting from the war wagon and making your way over to him, standing in front of your war machine with your caravan escort. You look down at this dwarf. You do see that behind him are 4 hammer guard, just heavy plate dwarven juggernauts, essentially.
Radriar has enough of a bad hunch, so he doesn't need to look too far down. But he would kind of look up and down this person, look behind him. Do you have a message for the Claws of the Vale?
Truth be told, I was looking for you. Heard you came by the dwarven settlements. Tell me, have you seen the king yet?
I don't believe we have. But we are transporting a large sum for him. What does it mean to you?
I'd like to accompany you to the king. I have some dealings of my own I wish to speak with him about.
Are
We got like an
these
instant.
good tidings or bad tidings?
That depends. Do you think it's good tidings or bad tidings?
We get like an insight check on this guy.
Does everyone hear this conversation?
I mean, Rager
Okay.
is not hiding and coughing very loudly and talking to somebody. So I assume, yeah.
Yeah, Ray would like to roll an insight check against him. Against a dwarf. Sorry, not Ray Jar.
He's sick.
Okay, give me that insight check, and then Aragorn, give me either a deception or a performance.
Okay. You want it
Okay.
blind?
Well, it'll be blind automatically because Foundry's magical. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Is anybody actually rolling an insight, or you just said you're rolling it? Oh, wait. Sorry, you're not actually connected. All right, hold on. Right. I was like, geez.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
It's just loading screens, just loading,
Yeah.
loading.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Rafina, the presence of this dwarf and his intentions are very hard for you to read. He seems to almost be bouncing back every question that is asked of him, every grunt, every inquiry. He seems to know exactly who you guys are, but does not seem to be very forthcoming with who he is, or why he travels in the company of 4 well-armed dwarves.
Interesting. In the description of him, are we able to see like any type of emblems on these dwarves? And is this one who was talking to us, does he wear the same emblem?
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's see. Aragorn, you have told me the nature of these guys behind you, but what is there anything on you, any sort of heraldry or emblem that would make you stand out? Like what are you wearing, Aragorn? Like what's going on?
He's actually wearing sort of civilian robes. Just silk robes, nothing too fancy by his standards at least. Dull linens, mostly white in appearance. And you will see the emblem of the Hammerfast Holds on his left shoulder. But there seems to be your X marked on it.
Interesting. And the ones that are accompanying this one, do they have the same?
They do not. They have a symbol that seems to be a perfect gold circle, and it is on a field of black, and then the field of black has red cracks in it. You may roll it. Anybody who sees it can roll a history check. Ooh, wow. All right. Barnabas, you recognize this as the Flawless Ring. They are a guild of dwarven mercenaries.
I'm just going to lean down to our very, very grumpy token dwarf in our caravan and go, what do you make of all this?
Oh, yeah. So Umegs. Let's see. Where are you at, old man? All right. Umeg Stormsteel. He would look over at this scene. He's been taking the measure of everything that he sees there. And he says, "Oh, well, the fact that he's wearing his pajamas out in public means he's probably a spellcaster. The lack of a obvious spellbook indicates that he's likely a sorcerer, probably a stone shaper. The 4 with him, they're mercenaries. Work for anyone if the gold is right. The fact that he wants to see the king But he wants to see the king with you? Well, that is intriguing, to be sure.
Are stone shapers well regarded in your society, or more heretical?
No. The age of the second age of magic, where dwarves didn't like casting spells, and we had some sort of weird allergies to magic. That has passed. We've learned in times since ancient times that there is a value to magic, both shamanic and of the arcane. Furthermore, sorcerers, I mean, there's really no avoiding them. It's just sort of a bloodline thing. You know, a handsome dwarf finds a lonely dragon, next thing you know. Or, you know, an Aesir comes here on vacation.
Got it. Uh-huh.
Hmm?
I'd like
good.
to point out something.
What about-
Just why is it that it seems like he's trying to piggyback on our audience with the king? Why wouldn't he try to gain his own audience? And yeah,
Well, that's why I said it was intriguing.
Yeah.
Like maybe he's tried before, but he couldn't get in. And he thinks if he tags along with you lot, then he'd be able to kind of just weasel his way in.
All right.
and Umegs, that symbol on him, it's the symbol of the dwarven hole, but it's like crossed out. What do you make of that?
You're
Yes.
not exactly quiet now, are you, laddies? If you're gonna talk louder so the rest of us can hear you.
Why do you have the symbol of the dwarven hole crossed out on your robes?
He interrupted the
Why do
hero
you
battle.
seek an audience with the king? Are you a rebel or something?
Nice arms.
Why are you wearing your pajamas?
A tiny mouse can ask that.
yo.
I brought a lozenge for everyone who has something stuck in their throat.
Why do those four guys have armor, but you're just in your pajamas in a dress?
Quickly shoot away by their parents.
Oh, I just lost focus now because of that. I had an audience with the king once. Things didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I wish to seek him out again.
You wish to piggyback off of our donation for good favor.
Warning.
What is it?
Gold.
What is it that you want from the king?
To figure out what's been going on in the settlements. Things
Oh.
haven't been adding up the way they should have. Not
Oh,
for
shit,
a very
guy.
long time. And right now, with you coming down here, I saw a golden opportunity, if you know what I mean. As he points to the gold.
I don't know if they'd have the gold out on display, but
Oh well.
yeah.
But you did come to the right place. We could definitely fill this guy in on most everything he wants to know about. If he'd stop being a cryptic asshole.
We don't want to ruin our audience with someone the king finds distasteful, so...
Distasteful.
You
You're
said
running
your
around
last
with
meeting
that
didn't
one.
go to plan.
Oh, wait, what'd you say?
You're running around with that one. As he'll point to Umeg.
Umeg will stare daggers back at this young upstart dwarf, and he'll say, "What I'm doing doesn't matter. I'm an exile. I'm in the care of these folk. I committed crimes in the human land, and I'm paying for them through servitude."
Servitude. That certainly is something, huh?
Are you or yours war singers? You have to tell me. In disguise.
Would he know what a war singer is?
That's a great question. Go ahead and give me a history, and that
Wow,
will kind
even out of character deceiving us. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna
I'm
say.
just-
I want
Now,
to.
the greatest deception ever delivered on our Discord server was by
Shara.
was by Kishara in Skull and Shackles. That was the greatest deception ever delivered.
That was a good one.
Yeah. You know the term. It refers to Scalds, aka warrior bards, in the service of the Red Hand, which is the invading army that everyone is talking about and dealing with.
Yeah. Rafina was gonna ask if the names like Abithriax or Regirix or the Sanguine King ring any bells to them, and watch like his expressions or if anything changes on his demeanor.
Aragorn, you actually have heard the name Regirix before. There is a beautiful dwarven woman who has been hanging out in the capital, Hindarlin. She has been paying buku bucks for information about I mean, not to completely rip off Dragon Age, but the deep roads, the areas where the dwarves kind of mined into the Underdark and that sort of thing, and is even put out a request to hire mercenaries and adventurers to go into these deep roads to explore? Question mark. Bring back information.
I heard of the name Regirix. The rest, I don't know.
I am shocked that she may be using her real name in disguise.
I know. Looks at Jert.
Bigger balls than Mouskin.
Didn't realize a thing was possible.
Nonetheless, do we have an accord? An agreement? May I tag along with you? For the time being.
Yes, but I'm gonna need one assurance. Can someone who has a cold iron weapon make him touch this weapon?
Yeah, sure. Jet pulls out the Thorned Waster.
Ooh.
Here we go. And he walks up to the dwarf.
We swear our allegiances on these weapons, so we know that we are not dealing with traitors.
Yeah, this is a masterwork club crafted from the spiked tentacle of an Urtyug and enhanced with cold iron spikes.
I'll take 6. Oh.
Nice toy you got there. And he'll just touch it.
Okay. You touch.
The floor behind
you
them sizzling.
Yeah. You remove a glove, or are you a gloveless kind of dwarf? You like to feel the world with your hands.
We're dwarves. Everything we do with our hands.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so yeah, you place your hand on the blade. It is cold to the touch. You may give me a actually based on your bloodline. You recognize it as cold iron, and well crafted too, but obviously not made by a dwarf.
Now wait a minute. Don't tell me. He'll bring the weapon up, sniff it, maybe even lick it once, twice. Oh, elven hand's been on this, hasn't there?
You're
Elven.
Hmm.
No elf has ever touched that weapon.
Oh, truly now. Hold on. Real quick. Would he know about the cold iron from the elves, or no? Is that just an elven only thing?
It's a dwarven thing.
No, I mean, you would you just realize that whoever made this weapon, they tried to simulate like dwarven craftsmanship, but it just doesn't have all of the marks. It's definitely inspired by, or they maybe received training from or instruction, but it's not dwarven make. It's just noteworthy because as a dwarf, you know, it is surprising to find craftsmen of equal skill from other cultures, essentially. Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned. Who made this for you?
Varnus steps forward proudly. That is my work.
No, seriously, who made this for you?
His face turns red, and he inhales his cigarette in one lungful.
Yeah, the whole thing just burns down to the non-existent filter, because you want to build those lungs to make them strong. So I would use
we
a
don't filter that. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. You're just wasting the smoke. Okay.
Razier moves to the side for a clear line of shot. Barnabas upon me.
Okay. So Umeg says, if you have a moment for a hero huddle, and kind of motions you guys away from whatever's happening over there.
Rajar is going to stay with Aragorn, and he's going to go one by one through the four if we haven't done that already.
Oh, to make sure they all, yeah. So they remove their gloves and their gauntlets or whatever, and they touch the metal.
While the party hero huddles.
Yeah. All right. So Umeg says, that one, he's definitely with the rebellion. I mean, his ridiculous robes that kind of tipped me off, but it's his attitude. I wonder what he has planned.
Would this be the rebellion that you led a long time ago?
The one
or
I
would
started that failed, yes. But what I'm
wasn't
thinking...
there another dwarf that was following your cause but didn't join you?
I am looking for them right now. Hole here.
There is a civil war brewing, but I mean, isn't that being stoked by the Red Hand in the background?
Why, Willis, you heard it from his own mouth. There's a dwarven woman named Regierix. It doesn't seem like a common name.
Doesn't seem like a dwarven name.
Aye, but if they've shifted their values to gold, perhaps it's blinding them to anything else. Though I agree, it seems a bit ballsy to just use your name when you're disguising yourself. Maybe she's overconfident, or maybe she's hoping someone will notice. And Umegs looks over at you, Jert.
Oh, it's a trap.
That's true. You are her greatest bait she wants to bring out.
And they know that we're headed this way.
I don't know. We're talking about Regierix. I don't know if that's necessary. It sounds like they're trying to lay the groundworks for the invasion of the Dwarven Kingdom after they close the gates. They're just obviously going to come through the Underdark and, send their armies through there.
Listen, why don't we find out what this kid, this boy, has to say, and then that might give us a bit more information.
I momentarily break from the hero huddle to shout to him, "How do you know the Kolhur clan? Where you come from?"
Aragorn, assuming you are using the hook that we discussed, you would definitely know of Kolhur and his stance against the king.
Yeah.
You're like, friends? You work for him? Are you aligned with him? Are you from Valdir? Or which settlement are you from? Give us some idea.
I mean, that's entirely on you, bro.
I'm from Kandorad. Is there anything else you want to know before you go back to your little hero huddle?
This guy apparently rubs Umeg's the wrong way, because Umeg says, now listen here, you little shit. You show up in the middle of the road with 4 unaligned mercenaries. You seem to know just enough to be suspicious, but not enough to be useful. And you want to just travel with these fine heroes. And you think that we're just going to trust you just like that? Think we're gonna let you in on our plans just like that?
Yeah, not gonna lie, you sound like a huge liability to this peace mission we're on our way to achieve.
You need to be straight with us, here and now. What are you about?
Aw, Ume called us fine heroes. He likes us.
Doesn't have to like us to call us that.
I'm here under the suspicion of the king that all is not well within his court.
So
Do
you're
you have
working for
evidence?
the king, or you're suspicious of the king?
Suspicious.
Do you have evidence of this suspicion?
Call it a gut feeling, if anything.
Evidence is really more concrete.
Well, you're obviously wealthy enough to hire mercenaries, so do you employ them yourselves, or do you belong to an organization?
Mostly pocket change. So yes, I pay in my own pockets. Then again, when you can cast spells like I can, you just make money rain from the sky, can you?
But you're here to root out the corruption, not to hurt the king.
If hurting the king meant rooting out the corruption, well then, I guess that's something I have to think about, won't I, when I get there. But yes, I'm here to root out whatever evil has festered itself within my kingdom.
And what is evil to you? You have mercenaries. Is it the Red Hand?
If you mean the little red bastards, yes. I don't like them. I don't like the way they act.
I'm going to need a little bit more clarification on little red bastards. I haven't been in the southern holds for some time.
Fangs, pointed ears, bald head, most of them at least. About yay high.
Are you like gesturing like up, like hobgoblin high?
He's 4 feet. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Seems a bit odd for you to call them little. But
Well, everyone's little to a dwarf. That's just how we view things.
very well. If he is an enemy of the Red Hand, we can't be picky about allies.
Rafina would probably lean over towards Layla because they also have high perception, insight, and all that stuff. Doesn't this new dwarf look familiar?
I am an old man. Jog my memory.
or were you talking to somebody? Sorry.
Oh, this is Layla.
Layla, got it. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, because of her high passives and stuff like that. Specifically, pointing out some of the genetic markers on this man.
I don't know.
Jarrett races through the archive of his keen mind. Does it stand out to anything that we might have seen?
He looks like a certain dwarf that travels with us. That's what I'm pointing to.
She will dig through her pouch and pull a vial out and hop down and say, "Are you willing to drink something and answer some questions so that we can know we can trust you?"
Ooh, now. I don't go drinking with anything that doesn't come out of a casket.
I'll put it in a casket.
What does this have to do with a corpse's casket? It is an odd custom. I like it.
I'll answer whatever you need to know. He'll have a handout for the vial.
Oh, damn. Okay.
She will hand you the blue vial and just tell you point blank, it's a truth serum.
Ooh. Where did you guys get a truth serum?
Sir Tyrion.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Huh.
You kept
It is
that
a
long?
DC 11, which is why I haven't used it on anyone.
All
But
right.
he willingly undergoes it. You know,
Uh-huh.
he can willingly fail it.
Oh, okay. So
Well,
I guess
isn't it a
Aragorn.
poison if we're giving this to a dwarf?
Listen, Aragorn, as you drink this poison, your dwarven immune system, there's like a pop-up in your UI, and it's like, you're being poisoned. Are you okay with it?
Sure.
Oh, wow. Okay. Then you are actually under the effects of a Zone of Truth.
You're under the Zone of Truth spell for 1 hour.
Okay, so Layla and Rafina and A5E Ranger who can read minds, you guys are scrutinizing the hell out of this dude. The bold confidence to drink this, you assume at first he's definitely confident he's going to make the save, but you kind of watch like the tension around his brow and his eyes kind of ease up. His breathing kind of slows and steadies a bit, and he does seem to be under the effects of the poison.
And seeing that happen and him like not try to fight it right next to him, watching like the medical, not his veins not try to pulse against or anything, she just gives him a nod and says, "All right, well, I trust you. You don't even have to answer any questions, in my opinion now." And she'll just walk back to the cart.
Damn.
Well, that was Whis.
I'll make it that way. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Oh god, the small one. It's
Yes, I
always
know.
the small ones.
You come from Kern-Dural. Do you have any kind of positive relationship with the representative that lives in the Val Hindarlin? They have like an Afridi dwarf that lives there. I don't have the name, but I will find it at some point.
I don't know where Aragorn lands on the who he finds attractive scale, but if they are referring to who I think they're referring to, she is quite a looker, and of Azer descent, Uldrina Flamehair, a stone singer.
Ooh, that's a woman.
Is that who you're referring to, or you?
Yeah, probably. I think that's who I was referring to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember there being an Azer that was part of like the council that advised the king or something like that.
Yes, that was the representative of Kern-Dural.
All right, so she would have been probably when your talents were revealed, and then you kind of rose through the ranks, because I mean you're like a high level like person in the world, so you've obviously lived a life before you showed up here. As you rose through the ranks of the King's Guard, she probably would have been your mentor, kind of helping you control your sorcerer abilities and teaching you, to watch out for those wild magic searches and things like that. Just kind of giving you the information you need. They don't deliberately train up spellcasters within this particular dwarven community, but if there are people born with sorceress skills, they definitely try their best to embrace them and nurture them and kind of bring out those gifts in a way that would be beneficial to the community. And so while her gifts are different than yours as a stone singer, she would be the closest thing you had to an arcane mentor.
She was a mentor to me. Someone who helped guide me in my magical talents.
It's good that you know her, because we may need to curry her favor.
Oh, good. I get to see her again.
And you know that she sits on the King's Council. High Priest Thardan Ironhand sits on the King's Council. And Guildmaster Dara Copperfist is on the King's Council. And a relatively new addition to the King's Council. This individual is known as Tyrander Soulstone.
Do I know what race that individual is?
Oh yeah. They wouldn't have non-dwarfs on the council. Yeah. So Tyrander Soulstone, and then the king is always accompanied by Helga, the king's axe, who is a lower-born dwarf, but such a capable fighter that she essentially won the king's melee and became his protector. But this Tyrander Soulstone has always been an ambitious noble, but has never had access to the crown. Part of your suspicions lately were the instatement of him as the king's primary advisor.
I would reveal that to the group then.
Okay. As you do, Umeg says, "Now that's information that might be worth keeping you around for."
Ha! Trying to get rid of me already, huh?
I mean,
If we're being honest, you won't like our. Sorry.
Yeah, he shrugs and he's like, yes.
Of course you would. Nevertheless, I've come to question some of the king's decisions throughout the many days and weeks that have come by since this bloody war, and he puts in air quotes, has started. Too many executions, low tolerance for anyone questioning his decisions, bigger taxes, even by dwarf standards, and the fines are too damn harsh. The worst of all is that they are having prisoners being forced to mine dangerous tunnels.
Wow. Well, this should go well. Kings generally like having their authority questioned.
Or you don't be in for a wee bit of a doozy, my short friend.
We're really trying to strike like an air of positivity and togetherness and unity of the Vale. That's kind of like the vibe we're going for. We can try to do your thing too, but try to figure out between here and there how we mix them together.
Do you think his mind's being altered? Do you think that there's a war singer in his court, subtly enchanting his mind towards madness?
I thought of it. Thought perhaps I can try and root them out. But the clever bastards, they wouldn't lay their hands out so easily.
I think we need to find Brightcoin. I believe he had told us some information that the king didn't always used to be this way. Maybe he can point out more differences that may line up with what Aragorn is saying here.
Yeah.
Maybe he's found out more. It still seems like he's our best lead, so.
Well, then onward to Val Hindarlin.
Okay, so you guys are just gonna head straight to the capital?
Do we have any other business?
I mean, it works for me.
Wonderful. Boys! And he'll turn to the rest of the group. Get on the wagon. We're hitching a ride. You wouldn't happen to have any food in that wagon of yours, would you?
I have no stomach. You can have my share.
I guess we'll turn to Gerard and Minette and see if they're cooking up anything.
Yeah. I mean, then they're cooking for quite a few people. Mouskin are voraciously hungry. Halflings are also known for their appetite. I'm starting to realize that there's a lot of overlap between Mouskin and Halflings design in the design space. It definitely makes sense.
Version.
Yeah, it would definitely make sense why they would live together. Like as a community, they have very similar cultural values. All right, let me take you guys over to a role play scene.
While he's still under the effects of the truth serum, Tiny Mouse asks the newcomer if those are actually his pajamas.
Oh, fair.
Yes, they are actually. You
And
like them?
then he runs off to tell all his friends.
Nice. All right. Let's see. We'll put this guy off in the corner so we can remember. We can remember him. He used to be with us, but now he is not. This guy could go there too. And then, all right, do that. Okay. All right. Let's see. Roleplay scene. Go. Whoa. Okay. Go here and here, and here. All right. You guys turn left, heading south and up into the mountains, leading to the dwarves' capital city. Your war wagon of dwarven construction draws a lot of interested eyes and appreciative shouts from fellow travelers on the road. And dwarves have a habit of making things like giant-sized, even though they're dwarves. It's kind of adorable. So everything is just like oversized, and the road is actually large enough to accommodate your war wagon. There is some awkwardness when another war wagon is trying to go south, or not south, but north along the road, and then you guys are kind of at an impasse, but ultimately they opt to kind of back their wagon up to like a pull-off area so that you guys can get by. And I mean, it's awkward, but eventually you guys make your way to the mighty gates of the city, which of course feature two depictions of Moradin looking like a total badass, and then massive gates lit by magical flames, and then backlit by magical lava fountains. And you can see bright, warm light welcoming you in to the steep slope that sort of goes past the gates and leads down into the mountain. The guards at the gate, who are dressed in, I don't know, similar armor to the people that you have already encountered, they halt you at the gate and demand to know who you are and what your business is in the capital. So they say like, "Halt! Who are ye, and what is your business in the capital?" So pretty much like I said. Any faces want to jump on this, or?
Armos cry out from the parapets. We come seeking counsel with Brightcoin. He isn't expecting us.
Oh. They kind of look to each other, and then they say, "Aye, but who are you?"
We're the Claws of the Vale, representatives of Brindle.
When you say that, there's a grumble inside the helmet. And then he looks to the other one, and the other one says through his helmet, sounding kind of like, stormtroopery, because it's all like muffled by the helmet, and he's like, "Just let him through." The other dwarf says, "We'll be keeping an eye on you. You can stay in the trade district, but you best not be going anywhere else." All right. And these two dwarves who totally could have stopped you, they stand aside that you might drive your battle wagon down the main trade road into the central district of the city. All right. As you enter Val Hindarlin, we've all played Worlds of Warcraft. You've all been to Ironforge. You get them vibes pretty quick. This is a gorgeous city of incredible dwarven architecture, taking advantage of the natural resources of the mountain's interior, and sort of drawing out and utilizing any sorts of magma deposits that might be there, using them for rudimentary clockwork and steam work functionality to provide a bit more comfort and utility to the many tasks that must transpire. So you do see like automated mine carts, kind of like being used to send people and things to different parts of the city. You see dwarves of all sizes, including little dwarves, like children. They do in fact exist. They do not just spontaneously appear full grown from a rock after two dwarves hold hands and sing over a rock for 7 days. So, for those of you who didn't know, they are dwarven children.
He is taking notes.
Yeah, yeah. You crossed out the section about the holding hands over a rock for 7 days.
Raijin was lying to her once again.
Pulling her leg. Oh god.
Yep.
I love that. I love that idea. Like he's been everywhere, so Rafina asks him about stories.
Oh man. So as you guys are going through the city, you do see that the people are dourly curious. So they're definitely tempering their curiosity and excitement, but they cannot help it. They look at your procession, as it were, with great interest as you make your way into the city. You come to a stop in sort of a squared courtyard, and from this city square, you can see that there is a clearly labeled inn. It's written in Dwarven, but is also written in the trade tongue, aka common, of the region. The inn does look like it has pretty decent amount of custom. It's not like they boarded it up because they hate outsiders or anything like that. And you see that this town square does have sort of a market area where goods are traded and sold. Everything from your basic bitch player's handbook stuff to more eclectic things like gemstones, ore, crafting materials, and of course produce and animal husbandry related things. So overall, it does look like the things that visitors would need are here, but you notice that there is a distinct lack of any sort of residential buildings. Looking off into the fiery haze of the city, you assume that those other areas are more of the industrial or residential districts. All right. Exiting the inn is a dwarf dressed in simple but functional clothing with a comfortable leather apron, and she looks at you guys from the sort of the front garden of the inn and says, shouts up to you, "Now who might you be?"
These are the claws of the veil.
Oh.
We also have... Oh, sorry. We also have refugees.
Ah. Looks like small folk.
Alright. This lady looks like she was born with no fucks to give and never figured out how to find any. But she says,
"All right, well, the refugees can't stay for free, but I could give them a discount in a group rate, as it were. You there in the wagon, you planning to just park it, or you want some rooms? How long will you be staying?"
Actually, a good question. We don't really need the inn. If we stay in the wagon, right?
yeah, I mean, she'd probably just charge you to park it, essentially.
We have a lot of gold in this wagon. We should probably stay in it, right?
Probably.
But we can pay for the refugees to stay in the inn.
Aw, that's really sweet. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Alright, given the current socio-economical, political situation, okay, we've got 12 refugees, 5 wagons, plus their animals. Okay. And then the fee for parking your vehicle. Okay. Alright.
Stone calculator comes.
Oh, don't you know? It's all the rage these days.
Alright. She's gonna want to park your vehicle and to provide food and shelter for these refugees. She wants 40 gold pieces a day.
You say 40 gold pieces?
40 gold pieces a day is what she
That's fine.
She demands from you.
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
I'll give her 45 for the first day.
Oh wow, okay. Thinking that you're gonna barter with her, she's like ready. She's fucking ready to fight. And then when you give her 45, she's like, oh,
well, welcome to the Stoneheart Inn. She says you can park your wagons over there. We have a stable over here, and you're welcome to come in for games, drinking, food, and companionship.
And she waggles her eyebrows at you, Barnabas.
Barnabas kind of like scrunches up his face a little bit and thanks her for her courtesy and goes back to the wagon.
Okay.
Eridor steps right up, eyes looking right at her.
She says, "Oh, it's you! How are you doing, sweetie?"
And she pinches your cheek hard.
I see you found some new friends. We was all so worried about you when you got, publicly shamed and banished from the King's Guard. Rumors of you being a traitor.
Let's not talk about that right now.
Oh, do your new friends not know about your dark secrets and your hidden past? My mistake. Folks, this is a good lad. He tries his best.
Let's just go inside and sit down, drink a bit.
Would it even require an insight check on this lady for what she just said?
It's just up to you. Up to you.
She'll roll one because she's curious.
Okay. Let's see.
Because she wasn't able to get a read on him the last time, so.
Man, I should never play your characters when you're not here. I mean, you think that she's not just razzing him about it. I mean, sounds like she was pretty earnest with what she said. But maybe, I mean, your friend Raijin misled you about the rock singing. So, I mean, who knows?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure out my days of when I'm not at my computer.
All right. So, the woman introduces herself as Darin Folkrag. If that isn't a great fucking name, I don't know. But Darin Folkrag runs a fine establishment here, and there are not too many dwarves here. But when you go in, you do see that there are a number of non-dwarves who are drinking and talking and discussing. You see at one of the tables right away a dwarf who looks a bit haughty and a bit I don't know. She just kind of like stands out a bit more than the rest. When you look at her, she seems to be talking to a group of dwarves. And that's what kind of draws your attention because, like I said, the patrons here are not dwarves. But then you see that there is one dwarf. She has sort of a corner booth, and then she is speaking to a party of 4 dwarves who all look like I don't want to typecast, but they kind of look like adventurers. Like, they have different equipment and armor and that kind of thing. They definitely look like they've been seasoned in battle and exploration. Okay. So the children of the refugees run in and begin to ask for food and for drink and for games, and one of them says, "A companionship!" And then there's an awkward laughter at that, and anyway, so that's what's going on over there. So what do you guys do?
What are the chances that Ezra Dirix?
And Rajar points at the dwarf, who is hiring adventurers.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should probably
ask
put
him
on, if you're going into the tavern, I'll put on some tavern music. Here
we should inquire about that person. You're right. That's a good call.
Does everyone feel rested enough to do so?
We definitely got a long rest on the way here, right? There was a stop between.
Yeah, you guys haven't gotten into any battles or used any resources that I know of.
So
I think
long rest.
yeah. So yeah, you guys would have gained a long rest.
Nice.
Because remember, your wagon is a mobile sanctuary, so you guys are always able to.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Get that well rested.
If it is Redirix and you want to keep her alive, I will not go first.
I don't think there's any saving her. If she stands in our way, she is just another leader of the Red Hand, and she must fall like the rest.
Would it be wise for us to start a conflict here?
It better not be. Those dwarven fighters will kill you before you can move your damn sword or axe.
We definitely don't want to get into any open conflicts before meeting the king.
Perhaps after.
Jert, is there any way you can keep tabs on her? Keep an eye on her whereabouts?
Without introducing myself or getting caught, perhaps, but I would look suspicious.
No, as you're saying this in your hero huddle by the door, she sees you over the the people that she's talking to as they start to move away from the table, and she waves at you.
Where's shit?
I'm going to kill her.
No, let's just go talk to her.
Hold on.
There you go.
You know, you know what? On second thought, maybe we shouldn't kill her. Maybe we shouldn't kill her.
Oh my god.
I'm going to.
It's not that big. I don't know why she came out.
No.
You want to change the name?
Let her stay the bit. Let her stay big. Damn it.
I suppose I should go talk to her.
And then she shouts, "Jert! Jert!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Over here,
One of
Jert!"
those girls.
Jert, you never told me she was so mighty fine.
Let's just go ahead, sit down with her and have a drink.
Jert grumbles.
Jert, what are the odds of running into you here? Come, sit with me.
Alright, balls out, let's do it.
Alright, he goes.
She's not going to make a scene either, probably.
Probably. Just be on guard.
She already is.
Wait. I'm not on the map.
Oh shit, I'm so sorry. All right, hold on.
Wait, you're invisible.
Have you been in darkness this whole time?
Oh, I'm just invisible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you could see, you're definitely here. But here you go. All right. Would you still have sharp as attack? I feel like it'd be gone by now, right?
It said it lasts forever.
Oh shit! All right, nice. All right. So yeah, she motions for you to take a seat at the table. I don't know if there's enough room for all of you. It's one of those like corner booths at like a TGI Fridays.
Is there a table that's like nearby?
She says, "Oh, I just grab one of those tables and drag it over."
Can we do the thing that makes every waiter lose their mind? Drag a chair and table across the
Oh
restaurant?
yeah. This young dwarven waiter, he just like watches you with like this dour look, and he's just like,
fucking tourists.
Yeah, Jert's protesting. He has the strength to lift the table up, but he just drags it.
Okay. So it makes a horrible like grinding stone on stone sound as you drag it over. Okay. She says, if you could you just bring a bunch of everything? I'm paying. And she says, and I tip. And then the dwarf looks less upset, and he's like, "Right away, ma'am!" And he rushes off to the bar and the kitchen.
Hey, Judd, why didn't you tell me she was such a keeper? She even pays for people's drinks. I like her.
Yeah, and in Dwarven society, they don't tip because obviously everyone works their hardest all the time. So it's silly to provide a tip because everyone receives a living wage or a decent wage, and there's no reason for anyone to feel obligated to give them more money because everyone always tries their best. So tipping is kind of like, oh wow, this person's dumb. All right, I'll take that money. AKA Americans traveling around the world. Yeah. So yeah, they start bringing out baskets of fried food, fried mushrooms, fried meat. They start bringing out salads. They start bringing out boigas. They got boigas for you guys. All manner of drinks. And they start just loading up the dragged over table and the table that she is at. And she says, "So, why have you come here, Jerd? It has been so long since we last saw each other."
Running an errand for some others.
I would have
the
thought.
claws, as you knew.
Oh, true. I would have thought after our last correspondence, you would have checked in on your family.
I only have beginnings of where to find them, and they seem to be fairly spread out.
Oh, do you have a map? I can just show you where they are. Or where they were, I should say.
He squints.
You know, maybe we'll wait. We'll put that one aside. I don't want you getting all wound up, causing a scene.
Enough with your games. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Well, I'm on, what do they call it in the military? Vacation? Leave?
Spying.
Spying? In a way, yes.
Manipulating.
Always?
Wreaking havoc on innocents.
Well, since you ruined my project in the fence, I have been, punished, for my failures, and, relieved of my duties temporarily.
I'll relieve you of your head.
I'll just grow a new one.
I'll relieve it again.
That
Great,
seems like a
Vera.
waste of everyone's time.
I have
Let's
unlimited
not-
time.
Let's not antagonize her any further.
I'm not antagonized. He's adorable.
May I kill her now?
No. No. All right, Ruchirex, you know as well as that we do that we can't get into a fight here.
I mean, why not?
What?
Why
Because-
not?
Think about it. She's clearly in some kind of disguise, right? So either enough damage or merely killing her would revert it, and then we just show everyone what kind of monster she really is.
We can't count that that'll happen before they take action. The people will make up their minds. People will see only part of the fight. It's not going to work out, Chert.
Yeah,
Trust
and
me.
And trust me, once they latch on to an idea, we're very stubborn to let go of it.
Dwarves, what are you going to do?
Also, why would I make myself known to you if I wasn't okay with the idea of you killing me?
Quite frankly, I don't care about your manipulation tactic here. I would kill you myself, and they would only see me doing it. Then I would flee the city while they entreated.
Go on. What else? What would you do then?
Would you be so confident if you knew we were carrying these and Barnabas just drops the cold iron dimensional shackles on the table in front of her?
She makes that sort of teeth sucking sound, and sort of like flinches away a little bit. And she says, I don't know why you have to be so yourselves. I'm just here, as I said, because I have been temporarily relieved of my duties. When they call for me again, I shall return.
But I did not want to sit idly and feel sorry for myself, so I thought I would follow up on some of my own projects.
Lady
What?
Regerex,
Hmm.
I am hesitant to ask this. You and friend Jert have a history, and it seems to have been one that has turned for the worse.
Has it?
Why?
She looks at you, Jert. Are you... What does she mean?
Did you not just moments ago imply that you removed members of my family?
Well, I
By
thought we were
saying where they were.
I
but
thought we were
it
going to
implied
put that
vocal
aside.
attribute.
I thought we were going to put that aside for now, Jert.
I never put family aside.
Well, I mean, you sort of did, because you...
No, it was taken from me.
Ah, yes, because you were this brave hero that wanted to come and save me, but didn't.
Okay, I'm sensing some lovers' discourse here. Someone
Oh no,
familiar.
we were just children. There was no lover stuff going on. I mean, I may have pictured a future where Jert and I did fall in love and get married and have a family and find our own tract of land and just live a wonderful, normal life. But
Why?
You can sort that out later, but
Why can
do
that
you
not
think
happen?
so? Do you think there's still a chance? She kind of like looks at you, Barnabas, like maybe you know the real scoop here.
Why is that an option that cannot happen? If
Well-
you were to fully abandon the Red Hand and not pursue their goals and they leave, would you not be able to have that future with Jert?
Oh wow, the
put on a
idea.
brave face shirt.
The idea hits her, and she turns to you, Jert, as if to say,
How many?
Oh.
How many have you killed?
Well, Jert, who keeps track of those sorts of things? Is this because I'm currently a dwarf? Are you not into it? And she kind of bounces her massive dwarven boobas at you.
Eridor stairs.
I've gained full mastery of my physical form. I could look any way you'd like, Jert.
I'll answer
No?
your question when you answer mine.
You can look any way you like, but you never
I
want
will
to
admit
change the
that-
horrible abomination you are on the inside.
Oof.
Very rude.
Hi, I'd like to go back to business.
Yes, business. Don't worry,
Hi.
Jert. We'll talk about this later.
Yes, you'll figure it out, I'm sure. You're obviously helping the Drow map out ways to get into the Dwarven Hold, and then like helping the Red Hand do that as well. What you're gonna?
Wait, why would we need to do that?
The war between the Dwarves and the Drow.
Right, but like, who cares about the dwarves?
Why?
The
Why?
world
Why are
seems
the?
already here? They have no
Wait.
need for that.
What do you mean you don't care about the Dwarves?
Well, I asked, who cares about the dwarves? Why would
I-
anybody care about the dwarves?
Hey,
There-
I care about the dwarves, you slug.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay, sweetie. I know you care about the dwarves.
You seem to have a desire to conquer everything in this land. Why not the Dwarves?
Oh. She just smiles at you.
They aren't here to conquer. They're here to suck like a parasite.
Lewd, but they. Gosh, I feel like we've really gotten off on the wrong foot. Maybe I should have used a fake name.
I've never met you before.
Oh,
A fake
Don't-
name probably would have been smart.
But
I
you're-
only have the
you're
offhand.
the one that keeps coming up in all the intel drops though. The what do they call you? The husky one. You don't look very husky though.
Maybe it's because I've killed 2 of your bloodlords.
Maybe.
I'd like to make it 3.
Oh, who's the third one that you have in mind?
As soon as you are given back your duties. Perhaps you.
That's fair. So let's see. There's Wait. Wait. Some people are missing here. Where's Thanlin?
Uncomfortable shifting.
Your friend of Brithiax is to thanks for that.
Oh, I wouldn't call him a friend, but it's understandable. Brithiax came after you, or you just happened upon each other?
Happened upon half a dragon, half a fighter. Couldn't take us, but took one.
I'm impressed that you only lost one to him. You truly have gained much strength and power. Yes. Would you be willing, now just hear me out, would you be willing to give me some blood samples? I am fascinated by the idea of the blood of heroes. How have you managed to gain so much strength in such a short amount of time?
Don't give her your blood.
Losing that which you care about repeatedly.
You know what? You know where you just took me, Cryptic. You just took me back to that extra life when you said, "Don't eat the jelly beans."
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good fucking times. Can I eat her?
I am sorry, Jared. I'm sorry. It was all right. You were saying to her.
Losing things you care about repeatedly can temper you against challenge.
So, in a way, we are making you stronger.
It is evolution. Nature, animals, plants, as they encounter adversity, they evolve to what they are facing or they perish.
Exactly that. I put that in my report. I said if we can get one of them alive, dead is not preferable but acceptable. Maybe there's some value or merit to studying them further.
Well, that's what they have you for, with your expertise.
I know. I'm pretty much
the party.
I pretty much only care about my brains, I think.
So they're using you.
Well, not using me. I mean, I'm a subject matter expert on transmutation.
A consultant.
Yes, but apparently I did admirable work early on, and they promoted me, and Bloodlord and all that. So
how old
are you? Truly
how old am I? I don't know. When I was a child, I wandered into the woods. The woods seemed to change. I got chased by creatures, horrible creatures. I hid in a cave, but the creatures pursued me. I eventually fell deep into the earth, and when I awoke from my fall, I couldn't find my way back to the surface. I wandered what I now know as the Feydark for a very long time. Eventually, I changed. I became something more. I evolved to survive.
A pity it will not save you.
Now hold on for a minute.
And now you take joy in the suffering of others.
Well, surely Jert could tell you, suffering makes one stronger, and all life seems to give you is suffering.
Rafina, you had something you wanted to ask. This miserable pile of flesh.
Does the Red Hand consider you one of their own? Are you merely a tool for them?
I've never really thought about it. I don't really care what their end goal is. I don't know. They seemed interesting at the time.
And what is your end goal?
Knowledge.
can think of only one other reason why you would have come here.
Oh, hold on a sec. Let me save some time. Oh wow. Okay, hold on. All right, keep going. Sure.
I can think of only one other reason why you would have come here like this.
Hmm.
Rather than to antagonize or to tease, perhaps after they threw you to the side after a single failure. You saw us and our successes and the fact that we may in fact survive the assault. Are you looking to find new allies?
Are you one of the allies, Jared? Is this our chance to start over?
I'll be back. And Layla gets up and walks off to go to the wagon.
Okay.
I don't know, should we leave it at that question?
Yeah, we could leave it. Yeah, because we're at time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Like, she's either just doing it to mess with us and spy, or like she legitimately thinks they might not win and is pissed about being thrown to the side. So, I mean, this could be an opportunity for us, something to think about.
But would you compromise your... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Would you compromise your moral integrity for a powerful ally?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Out of game. Yeah.
Yeah. Frequently, the allies you gain from moral compromise are very strong, because you give up so much to get them. If you give up your morality for a shitty ally, you're like, damn, that was a bad play.
I don't know if you guys have met this guy named the Ghost Lord that we allied with for a second.
Blast from the past was so that could have been what happened with Bartholomew, huh?
You motherfucker! Don't you say that to me!
Still outraged.
Oh man,
piece of shit.
It's been too long, man. Get over. You have to let go.
Never forget. Never forget.
We dodged a machine gun's worth of bullets getting rid of that quick.
You think this party is good at letting things go? We have a fucking jar of a fucking donkey. We.
Pour one out for our homie.
Oh my god.
Hey, that was the last dire donkey in existence.
Exactly.
And that was the last Bartholomew. There'll never be a dance party like that ever again.
Well, you have a week now to speculate of why they're here, why they essentially contacted you rather than disguising themselves. You know that it is certainly within their ability and skill set to not be so obvious. So it definitely complicates things, right? Like Rajar said, with the manipulations and stuff like that. Like everything about it is sus. Yeah, it makes you kind of want to consider every possible angle of it. And certainly it is difficult to take at face value, because what even is the face value of that? It doesn't make any sense.
She wants to wear at the time.
Yeah, especially to one who can change their face however they want.
That's exactly what I mean.
Oh, strong ally, strong ally.
So,
Plus,
yeah.
Plus, she can be any form you want, sure.
Oh god.
oh my god, really? Really?
That quote that she said, that exact line didn't go unheard. That's all I'm saying.
Look, she's fine the way she is, okay?
Now that you're playing a dwarf, I see how it is.
Yeah,
goddamn right.
It's leaning into it.
Are you like a cipher to Umeg's Squall? Because like you guys' cigars are mirrored. Crazy.
Yeah, so that's what Rafina was trying to allude to Layla. That they look pretty similar. So
yeah, like that one movie where the guy had to travel back in time to kill himself as a kid. But with what was that movie called? Oh man, it had Looper. Yeah. Like, yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, so quick announcements. Tomorrow morning we got what is it? Curse of Strahd, aka the Walking Dead werewolves, and then we've got Mythic tomorrow night. I believe they're going to the area of the Rock, but who knows? Who knows with these guys? Who knows? They might roll up on it and then be like, you know,
We forgot something
maybe,
at the Mithril Mine.
yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. They like sailing their boat. They really like sailing around in their boat, and I can't blame them. It's an Odyssey, you know. Sail around in your boat as much as you want, I guess. But they have entered the timer has gone off, and not gone off, but you know, is under effect, and they are approaching the dip in the roller coaster that will take them careening towards the crazier parts of the campaign. So it might be an exciting time to jump in and see what they're up to. Monday night we got we got Odyssey Prime, and they're just gonna play Blitzball because that's what you do at level 20. So you just play Blitzball. And then Tuesday, Pathfinder Abomination Vaults continues. I was actually talking to Josh Butler Log about his Abominations Vault game that ended on floor 2 with a horrible and demoralizing TPK. So, given the last few weeks of near-death experiences in that campaign, I am wondering how long we will last, how far we will go, because I hear a lot of scary things, and the further I get in that dungeon, the more I wonder what week will be the last week of that campaign. It is quite a dungeon delve for sure. Cyberpunk Red continues on Tuesdays as well. Wednesday we're going to play some more Dragon's Dogma, hoping to get some good Dragon's Dogma in, but I have to work late that night and cover an event, so like I hope it's at least better than last week's game, which was just kind of short and sad. Thursday, Curse of Strahd Nightfall continues. I have to say the last session of Nightfall was pretty spectacular. I'm rooting for them. I really am excited to see what happens there. Friday, Dom and I will continue our vodcast, and then Saturday we'll be back here. So does anybody have any announcements, any projects, any games they're trying to fill, any VTT games that you're looking for people to play with you? Anything at all? Nope. All right. Then we are adjourned. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Saturday. And if you have any questions about stuff, or you need convenient effects created, or there was anything fucky going on with your Foundry, just message me so I can add it to my list of things to keep working on post-migration. I will also say that there were 2 ways that I could have recovered our voice files and our journal files. One was to do the entire migration over again. That wasn't going to happen. And then the other one was to set up a Foundry 9 locally to my computer, boot up the old worlds from that, track down all the journal entries, copy pasta them out. I did not have time this week with everything going on to do that, but that is still an option. If you really need those journal entries, I will do it. Otherwise, I have basically accepted the loss of the voice files, and I'm just recording new ones. And as far as the journals, the shopkeepers, and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I have notes and materials elsewhere to kind of supplement. But if you guys need those things, I can try to recover them. So if you do, just message me. I'll try to set some time aside to get that sorted out. All right. On that note, we are adjourned. So.
Thanks for running.
Thanks, Crash. See you next time.
And,
Thanks.
thanks, Ray, for covering me.
No problem. Bye.